Hello, hello. Welcome. We are almost, we're at the hour. Amazing. Welcome to the main room. Oh, we've got like the small paper came in. What's that?
Announcements.
Oh, announcements. Okay. Welcome everyone. You're here quite early. That's a success. Well done, well done. It means that you were wise and sane and that you didn't um, spend too long at that marvelous social yesterday evening. Before anything, because otherwise I will forget, we've got announced the deadline to register and to attend and vote for the RIPE NCC GM is today at 2 p.m. UTC plus 1. That's written there. For the rest, welcome to Connect. This is the main room. If you are expecting to go and see open source, it's going to be in the side room.
But we don't recommend it.
Well, there is a good talk of Brian there, of Barry Odovan. So
Barry.
still good talk. Anyway, so that's did it work? Did it work?
Click, click.
Click, click. Yay!
All right.
That's our agenda. First of all, I wanted to, well, the stenographer is not there. Ooh. I wanted to acknowledge the stenographer, the scribe here. Thank you a lot. I wanted to thank my marvelous co-chairs here with me, Stavros and Paul. And also, I wanted to thank the tech team and apologize for breaking pre-talks earlier this week. You will not have more information from us about that. Anyway, and with that, you have all read the minutes of the last RIPE meeting of the
100%.
100%. So I'm sure about that. So I'll just wait 1, 2, 3, and consider that accepted. And for the rest, then we can slowly start our adventure. And Leo is going to give us some information on how to deal and to contact the product committee of the PeeringDB. Thank you very much. The stage is yours. Here is the magic button.
Thank you very much. Hello. Is it? Oh, here we go. So I'm Leo Vigoda, and I am the product manager for PeeringDB. Normally, we give an update on what's happened at PeeringDB over the last few months. This time, we're doing something a little bit more interactive, and instead of saying what we have done for you, we're asking your input into things that we are considering doing. And if you like it, we'll do this again. So I'm going to take you through what our normal process is, the kind of things that we consider, and ways to engage. So the happy path, you go and say, I have an idea, and it goes smoothly, is that you create an issue on GitHub. The issue is discussed, both people who use PeeringDB and people who use PeeringDB and are on the product committee, and they vote on it, and it then gets scheduled. And that is everything is very, very simple path, but not always the simplest issue. Sometimes someone has a really good idea, and for whatever reason, it doesn't get there. So, for instance, there's agreement in principle, and then we need to get a design developed. And sometimes this is the place where issues go to die. And there's no consensus on what the design ought to be. And so it sort of circles around there for a long time, and then people get bored and go on and do something else. There are also questions that the product committee is considering. Does it need to be in PeeringDB? Sometimes something is a nice to know, but it's not essential. And there's a limited amount of screen space. And every time something goes in there, it needs to stay in there for a long time. And that means it needs to be maintained. So could it be shared in the notes field? Is this a badge, or does it have practical utility for networks or IXs or facilities and so on? And how many users are actually going to use it? Are they going to make decisions for their interconnection based on this thing? Or is it something that they don't necessarily need to make those decisions? So we do try to get input from PeeringDB's users. One of the ways we try and get that input is we come to industry events like this. Our conference calendar has over 40 events listed this year. So, that's something like once every 2 weeks, more than that really, once every 1.5 weeks, we've got someone somewhere in the world going and talking to people who are interested in interconnection. We also try to communicate what we're doing on social media, and you can respond to us. People actually look at that. And if that's the way that you want to respond, then we will read that and, either contact you or take account of what you're saying. And we have mailing lists. These are very low traffic mailing lists, and you are welcome to subscribe, discuss your issue, unsubscribe. You don't have to pay any money or anything like that. Go and have a look for the mailing lists and subscribe if you want to have a discussion about something. And there's GitHub, of course, as I mentioned. We've got templates for filing bugs, talking about issues, features, and so on. And here is an issue where we would like some feedback from you. So we occasionally have people contacting support@peeringdb.com, and they have a question and we respond to them, and they don't get the message because, as reliable as email is, it's not perfect. And we also sometimes have people contacting support, and they have a shift system in their NOC, a follow the sun kind of thing, and it gets initial contact by someone on one team, follow up on someone on another's team. There's lots of CCs, or people think this one's doing it, whatever. We're thinking maybe with your PeeringDB login, you could go and click through to authenticate to our ticketing system, and you could go and read the response that we sent to you. You could respond to it, avoid email if email is not working for whatever reason. Also, we could let you know with a notification on the front page when you log into PeeringDB, hey, there's a support ticket response waiting for you. And of course, if you have an issue that is taking quite a long time, you can just go and read through the ticket, and you can go and see, this is where we are, this is what we need to do, this is why whatever it is not progressing, or this is how we can progress it. So I would love to know from you, is this actually useful? Is this something that you think we should be doing? And if it is something that we should be doing, what are the features that you think are absolutely essential that we ought to have at launch? And what are the things that you don't really care about? And at this point, I stop speaking, and anyone who uses PeeringDB is welcome to give feedback.
So that's a good moment for people to wake up and to come and answer Leo. I've got one thing. I know that sometimes the PeeringDB might be slow because you go and crawl in a lot of database. Maybe there is like a caching feature that we could think of or something like that. I'm not sure if that's making sense or not, but that's like just a
Do you mean like PeeringDB PY?
Yeah, well, like just the, yeah.
So just so that people who might not know this know, we have a reference implementation of a local cache that installs and runs nicely on a laptop or, of course, on a server. It's called PeeringDB PY. You can go to our documentation site. There's a walkthrough on how to install it. It syncs very nicely. If you sync it once a day, you can keep all of your queries local.
That's a good answer. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Are we too early for that? Oh, Adari, good. You got a mic on the other side there.
Hello, Alaric speaking for Small IXPs in France. I have a question, is why don't you clean up the old assignation on your database when the RIPE isn't assigned anymore to some IXPs?
Sorry, I didn't hear that clearly.
The context is that when we began an IXP in France, we had issues to have the /26 assigned to us on PeeringDB because it was still assigned to another IXP. And it took a lot of time for you to clean up that. And it was like a 1 year old assignment, not using it anymore.
So a peeringland prefix.
Yes.
So this is the kind of thing that sometimes needs some support. You can't, if you're an IX, remove your last prefix. And sometimes if the prefix grows from, say, a /24 to a /23, there is a tool that the support people can use to renumber everyone. Sometimes it might need a little bit of help if there's a problem with that. So this is the kind of thing where there is tooling that our support people can use, and if you have a specific issue where, and this is like, we don't get that many IXs renumbering each month, but if there is a problem, we definitely want to make it as smooth as a process as possible. So if you let me know afterwards, we can have a chat and we can go and work out where we need to make an improvement.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
That looks good. Do we have any other comments? Do we have anything online, actually? No? Well, oh, that's like we're early. Huh. So, last call for anything for Leo and for like the PeeringDB, maybe things we should improve? Then, that was an attempt for interactivity. It's maybe a bit early. We will try to put your slot at the end of the session next time.
Okay.
So we can have like more live people and so on. With that, I would like to thank you a lot for that, because that's a great feedback. Thank you very much, Leo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leo, very much. Our next speaker for today's agenda is Guillaume Majeur. Do I pronounce it correct? Apologies. Who's going to tell us about creating a peering portal with Peering Manager. And, Guillaume is a network engineer with experience operating IP and MPLS networks for multiple autonomous systems. So he's a very knowledgeable person in the field. So we are looking forward for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Leo for the speak, because Peering Manager is a heavy user of PeeringDB, and probably a lot of tooling in the BGP, edge BGP automation tooling is really relying on it. So it's a really critical tool. Yeah, I'm too big. Okay, too high.
Like that.
Thank you. That feels much more comfortable. So I'm also the builder of Peering Manager. So it's if you don't know Peering Manager, it's an open source project that basically helps you to track BGP session at the edge of your network. So if you have transit, peering, private peering, customer, whatever that is. It helps you to track autonomous system BGP sessions, helps you to render config automatically for your routers. And as I stated in the slide, it relies on PeeringDB for finding networks properly, automating the discovery of peering session you can have with them, and a bunch of other things. It's completely vendor agnostic, and unlike some tools in the network industry, it's free, it's open, no premium feature. If the feature lands in Peering Manager, it's available for everyone, and it's not company baked. So no company, nobody wants money for it. Nobody asking me for money for it, so that's okay. Over the past years, the Peering Manager has been around almost 10 years now, and over the past year, I had a bunch of asks to create a peering portal, like the front-facing peering portal for self-service peering, and decided to tackle that issue, which was due for 5 years or so, today, or at least in the past few weeks. So basically, what do we want from a peering portal? It's like we want to request peering to peer with an autonomous system. We want to be able to discover IXPs, mutual IXPs, mutual facilities. This is PeeringDB for the data for it. We want to be able to discover the session for it and to request the session for it. Meta has a pretty good peering portal with the PeeringDB auth working, and Microsoft has a terrible peering portal because it requires a credit card to ask for peering, which is, yeah, terrible. What's Peering Manager rolled into it? Peering Manager is a tool that you run in your automation framework, so you don't want it to be publicly exposed. It's not a job, and it's probably not very secure. But we wanted to have the logic for the peering portal. So it provides the data for it, and it helps you into managing the incoming request. Basically, we want to introduce a way to receive a peering request at the Peering Manager side and infer what peering session we can turn that peering request into. So that's pretty much the Peering Manager goal. But the ultimate goal is basically this. We want a peering request. We don't care about the fucking emails. We want to kill them. It's not useful anymore for our community. So we want the Peering portal to kill that email and making things a much more smoother and API connection-wise. Like, this is the ultimate goal. The really ultimate goal for me is like Peering Manager is on one side, Peering Manager is on the other side. They talk to each other directly. They auto-discover the peering session, and basically you don't have any email interaction into it. It's just approval on one side or another. The portal architecture I came up with is the following. So we have the end user, which will come to your peering portal, ask for network with you, the network sessions with you, and the peering portal is going to forward those those requests to your Peering Manager, which will make sense of them, if there are multiple of them, and notify you about there is a peering request coming to you. Do you want to approve it? Do you want to decline it? Do you want maybe to approve only a subset of the session and reject all the other? So it's basically this. In Peering Manager, we had pretty much everything here already, at least half of it. When I say we, it's always me, but say we. So in Peering Manager, thanks to PeeringDB again, we know which, if a network has a PeeringDB record and some of the details of it, thanks to PeeringDB. We know the common locations between two networks, given they are IXPs or data centers, facilities, also named like that. And we didn't really have the possible session between two networks if they were not inside peering manager already. So it was almost there, but not there yet. We had a way to track peering sessions, of course, but we did not have a peering request model. So basically an envelope where you could, that you could ingest and say, I want those peering sessions. I don't want to create them yet, but I'd like to have them in the future. So that was the 50% of the work, basically. And tried to have support for that draft over there. So it's a draft that has been designed by, I think it was Meta, Google, Amazon, something, but it's pretty much stale at this point. But I'd like to maybe revive it somehow. Deducing peering session from this is pretty simple. It's a basically cohesion product. So you have peering session on one, you have connection on one side. You are connected to one IXP. You maybe are connecting yourself twice on that same IXP with different IP addresses, and you have the same on the other side. And we try to map all the possible peering session between the two sides. So if you have two on one side, two on the other side, it makes 4. Simple math. Current results, it looks basically like this. Yeah, we do see it. So don't care about the styling and CSS and HTML. I'm just shitty at this. But that's just plain bootstraps and stuff like that. And obviously, this is Hurricane Electric and Entity. Not sure they are good candidates for peering, but yeah, at least everyone knows them. I didn't put Cloudflare because they are just a blogging company anymore. So. And basically, this is what the user that wants to request peering with you is seeing. So I didn't put all the screenshots because this is just boring, but this is the final page they have. They request the peering session, and they end up with this. They have the IP, the location, the pending status. And from a peering manager perspective, you basically get this. So on the back, you have the peering manager UI, but on the front, you basically are trying to accept a bunch of peering sessions. And this, when you accept them, they are going to be actually created, and they enter your automation framework. So you can populate them on your rollers and then notify your peers, your new peer, that the sessions are now ready to be used. There is no notification mechanism yet, but there will be one. And the 2 notification mechanisms I've been thinking of is like email, shitty, because we want to avoid them in the first place, but yeah. And the second one is like webhooks. You enter a webhook, and when the operator accept or decline the peering sessions, you get a notification on your webhook receiver. So that's pretty much it. The result, basically, this is a fast API application, basically because it's simple to understand, simple to tweak. Python, you can fork it, understand it the way you want. Bootstrap 5 for the UI, obviously, with my shitty design. But it's not the implementation. This is mostly like a proof of concept. Like if you want to make your own, there is documentation that will be published. You have a reference implementation for you to work with, but you can write your own peering portal the way you want. The main work of that peering portal thing is like providing the proper API for you to work with, so you don't have to tweak the peering manager the way you need it. Peering manager, the peering request lifecycle, pretty simple. So The user came in, creates a bunch of sessions through the portal, because the portal is just a front end that will make API queries to the peering manager. So the user came, created sessions, the portal inject them, send them to peering manager, and you have the pending status that we saw earlier, and you can either cancel them. This is again a user, the requester operation, like they can cancel the request because they don't want to peer review anymore because maybe insult them or whatever. Or you can, the operator, so the one receiving the session, they can reject it because they don't like your name or your face or whatever. And, or they can accept it because you're someone they actually like to talk with. It's like really simple, but it takes a lot of effort to come to that from in an open source project, because there is also politics, like someone wants this, someone wants this, someone wants this. So you have to find a middle ground that is usable for everyone. Thing that matter, so it's key details about the implementation, like high-level key details, but when you create a peering portal, the biggest issue you have is like you have to avoid the fact that someone may come to your peering portal and say, I'm Google, but they are actually a different person, and they want to create or maybe delete peering sessions. So you want to avoid that, and a probable solution to avoid that would be to go through PeeringDB or auth, because the user logs in with his or her own PeeringDB account, and PeeringDB gives us a way to know for which network the user can act on behalf. So this is one of the key. It's really important to have this, because you don't want to have an invalid request, but it's not implemented on the peering portal that I'm going to open source, because it's yeah, I was too lazy, yeah. And the interaction between the portal and the peering manager is basically one user with one single API key. So that's why, so peering manager doesn't know that this is person XYZ who created the session request. This is just a peering portal saying, I have this coming in, do something with that. And I again mentioned that draft. So I think that draft is pretty important. It seems to be stale now, but I think the last modification for it was 2025, May 2025, so about a year ago. But it basically highlights a way to create a proper, let's say, standardized API for exchanging peering session and peering session lifecycle, manage them as well. So I think it's very important. So if there are people who are who are involved with that draft in this audience, come talk to me. I'd like to revive it, see if we can do something about it. Now, what's missing right now is like the private peering session, because you can peer over IXPs, but you can also peer over direct link, like direct interconnection. You put up a fiber, connect to your router, and you want to go through it. And the missing link in Peering Manager yet is that link between what's a connection, what's a facility, and where it ends up on a router. So this is something I have to work with. There is also the complete session management. So you can now request a peering session, cancel it, but you cannot update it, delete it, or monitor it. The monitoring part is, in my opinion, important, because if someone wants, if someone sees a peering session failing on their end, maybe they want to come to your peering portal and see what's up with it. And as I mentioned in the very beginning, the automatic peering request and approval, no emails, no portal involved, like just system communicating with each other. And maybe idealistic, but we all have to have an idea of where we want to go. The two links to the SPOF of the open source right now, so GitHub. Last but not least, I think this is not peering manager anymore, but the open source maintainers plays a critical role even in our field, because there are a lot of tooling which is open source. And even with all the AI stuff, which is good or bad, whatever we want with it, like there are probably some good, there are probably a lot of bad as well, but yeah, they are really critical because we receive security issues, which are not security issues sometimes, and we receive PRs, which are pull requests, which are sometimes like I could have crafted them myself by just throwing something into ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, but this is important to review them anyway. So if you have critical open source tools that you rely on, could be peering manager, could be whatever other tool, remind to support them either through by helping them, could be by funding them or something, but by other means as well. I myself can thank Links provider and HTTP because they are continuously supporting me through the years. And when you have a day job and you have a second job on the day working on open source, this is really helpful to have these guys behind you. And now I will take questions or no questions, whatever.
Thank you very much. So I know we've got one question from the chat, and then I'll go on the mic there. So first, chat.
Good morning, Marco Schmidt, YPCC. I'm reading out a question from Rinse Glock, Delta Fiber Netherlands. First of all, we as AS15435 are happy user of Peering Manager and use it for the whole config generation of our peering routers. Another question, do you consider also publishing a basic version of the peering portal as, for example, with peering DB or off? I think that can help the adoption.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be released soonish. Like defined soonish in open source, so it can be 2 days or 5 years, whatever. But it will be definitely published, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And the mic there.
Hi there, Mike Blanche, independent peering enthusiast. Thank you for this work. I think it's great. It's like another layer on top of peering DB to actually be able to use the information that's in peering DB to manage your network and its interconnections. Just a couple of comments and thoughts. On the IETF standard, I'm not one of the authors, but I know one or two of them, and I think they're just very busy. So any help that anyone could give in resurrecting that draft and moving it forward, I think they would be very welcome to receive. I think Facebook has an implementation of the peering API.
Yeah.
So they're using it now. So more implementations of it, as in this, would be fantastic. The other comment is on support. And your last slide about thanking people who have helped support this, I think that's really important. There's concerns now with the changes in some of the peering policies of some of the large networks about how they're perhaps using internet exchanges a bit less. Systems like this help make it easier to carry on using internet exchanges and to reduce the administrative overhead that these big networks are claiming is an issue. So for any IXs that are out there, if you want to support this work, I think it would really help to help keep those big networks on the IXs because it reduces the administrative burden. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Okay, anything else in the room? I think it's quite silent, but it was really insightful. So thank you again for that
Thanks.
talk. And now we have James, who is going to speak to us about some stuff that he noticed on a layer 2 environment, I think. And it's a really interesting observation. So I think it's going to be really interesting. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm James Rice from Jump Networks. We're a small UK ISP that spends a reasonable amount of time and effort on security. This is a somewhat uncomfortable talk about one of the subjects that's responsible for many grey hairs. I'd like to thank many of you, including lots of people in the room today, that I've been talking to about this issue for over 5 years now in various forums, over dinner, over long phone calls. The support and the input has been very much appreciated. This is a case study from one of the big 3 European Internet Exchange peering lands where customer traffic was disrupted and disclosed to hundreds of member ports for almost 4 years after I started raising tickets about it. It may have been happening for much longer, and it likely affected up to tens of millions of people's data. This is hopefully a coherent picture of what's happened, some lessons for Internet Exchange operators and participants, and where we are today, which is still not fully fixed. There still remains an unknown unicast perpetuation mechanism, and so some traffic continues to be subject to blackholing. Okay. So this is a comparison of what should happen, or what everyone expects to happen, and also what also happened on the right there. So everyone expects that you send a frame destined to participant B's MAC address from participant A. It makes its way to B, and that's the end of the story. Unfortunately, when members change MAC address, you end up with traffic still going to the old one. And because flooding is enabled on the peering LAN, or was enabled on peering LAN to a greater extent than it is now, this traffic gets flooded. It makes its way to members who have got devices which are misbehaving, and which then go and re-forward this traffic back to the intended recipient. And RFC 4861 has a bunch of mechanisms where you don't need to send refreshes for neighbor entries if you have, in this case, forward progress.
James,
so
can you speak?
Oh, sorry.
The mic, thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you got your screen here also.
Oh, right, fine. So yeah, the perpetuation mechanism here is demonstrated as member B changes MAC address. For whatever reason, there's many reasons that MAC addresses change. Their peers don't know that the MAC address has changed, so they continue to send traffic to the old MAC address. The exchange floods this as the unknown unicast, and then some members are having devices which misbehave. They don't do the layer 2, is this actually for me, for my Ethernet station check. They then forward on the traffic to the original destination with its correct MAC address. As a result, the originator of this traffic never actually does a refresh for the neighbor entry because it's got the RFC 4861 positive confirmation that a connection is making forward progress. That's one mechanism. The second mechanism is receipt of neighbor advertisement message that's a response to a neighbor solicitation message. So here there's a TCP dump of a real exchange. It's been sanitized. But you can see the old MAC ends 0BFB. Neighbor solicitation, unicast directed neighbor solicitation was sent to that MAC address. It doesn't exist anymore. It gets flooded. And then it gets a response from the new MAC address. But this actually keeps the old entry, the old stale entry, alive as reachable. So packets continue to be flooded. The two mechanisms here, the first one is what you'll mostly see if you have bilateral BGP sessions with neighbors, because you have the forward acknowledgement of the TCP connection to the BGP making progress. Whereas if you're peering via root servers, then the dominant mechanism will be the neighbor advertisement response to a neighbor solicitation. Ben from BGP Tools, he posted on the ops list after another complaint of mine, which I made public to the member domain back in November 2024, and he pointed out how easy it is to demonstrate that this problem exists. It's just a case of find a peering LAN IP address which is not in use, put in a static neighbor entry for it, and then ping something. And you end up getting multiple responses back, because at this point there were multiple misbehaving devices on the peering LAN which was taking traffic that was not for them and then forwarding them on. So this should have been 0 replies, and it was 3 replies. And Ben also put a sanitized radius access request frame that had been flooded on the peering LAN that shouldn't have been anyone else's to see other than its intended recipients. So how members noticed this was happening. There was a discussion on the ops list. Several different members mentioned various issues that they had when changing MAC addresses, when updating their routers. Some mentioned that maintenances had to be backed out of because they were just seeing weird brokenness. The things that I noticed was ACL hits on a layer 2 breakout switch as a reseller. There's some bogon filters which were catching traffic which wasn't even for us or our downstreams. It should never have caught those bogons, but it did do. Also, after having replaced routers, we noticed BGP sessions were failing, but only to the neighbors that were configured with TTL security. This was really strange at the time. We didn't know why, but in hindsight, it's because what's happening is the misbehaving members' devices are forwarding on the traffic, they're routing it back to the peering LAN, and they're decreasing the TTL at the same time. So where you don't have TTL security on sessions, the sessions will just keep working. They'll look normal. If you have TTL security, then you might actually notice that your BGP sessions are being forwarded via a third party. There was a duplicate ICMP replies. This only happens if you have multiple misbehaving devices on the peering LAN. But in this case, I think we ended up with about 7 of them at some point. In countries, I think one of them was in Singapore. It was 156 milliseconds away. One of the other things I noticed was unexplained traffic in S-flow. There was just traffic which was not for us, and it was not huge amounts, but it was unexplained and probably should have been investigated more. And some members were complaining of hundreds of megabits of inbound traffic on ports which should have been empty. And there was apparently rate limiting applied to the unknown unicast, but it doesn't seem to have been always fully effective. If you know the CIA triad of security, then this broke all 3 of them. So in terms of confidentiality, back in November 2024, so several years after I first reported the problem, I realized that the only way that I could actually get action to be taken by the IX on this is for me to just look at how sensitive this traffic was. And it was quite uncomfortable looking at the traffic. It turns out that HTTPS, the server name is not encrypted by default. It's in clear text in most cases. And one of the first things that I saw was a law firm had an IP address at the time and a law firm. And I was like, I wonder if this is the IX seeking legal advice on this disclosure issue. I went to the website and it was actually a tax lawyer. So in this case, it wasn't relevant. But then I also realized that if this was a divorce lawyer, this is the kind of information that gets people killed. That's very uncomfortable because this traffic is being flooded to hundreds of ports. Any of them could be logging this, indexing them, putting them in a search engine like Shodan, allowing people to see what websites were being visited from a given IP address at a given time. This shouldn't be happening. Integrity. This is more of a case of, can anyone modify your traffic? And the answer here is, well, it's being passed via third-party devices. Yes, they can. Other people's routers are now in the traffic path that should not have included other people. And the third thing with security is the availability. This is, does it keep working? And since there was the rate limiters on unknown unicast, then not necessarily. Packets are being lost. We don't know when, but we do know that one of my downstreams, they have about 40 to 60,000 downstream customers that they are the voice provider for. And their voice traffic, in this case, went across the peering LAN. Their response when asked about what would happen if the traffic was being rate limited is it would be very, very bad for security, for safety. And again, this seems to be like a safety of life issue that's very uncomfortable to keep in its current state. So we have a timeline. March 2021 is when I first raised a ticket. It was actually about traffic to a VoIP provider that was being flooded on the peering LAN. Things moved, then kind of went quiet. I chased it again. Okay, a year later, I was told that they were looking to disable unknown unicast flooding in the future proof of concept. But then I discovered over a year or 2 later that this was silently closed in July 2022 with no remediation. There was a member ops list thread in May 2023, several members reporting the same issue. There was one member of staff engaged, but then nothing happened, nothing substantive. And then something else happened in November 24, where I realized that this is the same issue. It's still not been fixed. Escalate to the membership and the board. Ben posts his demonstration. I end up on a phone call with a senior executive board member. I get assured that this is not waiting until next week. This is an early Friday afternoon phone call. And then Saturday, I realized that nothing has actually happened. I end up on a live chat with their support. They tell me they can't reach anyone from senior management, so they can't do anything about this, and that they will get back to me. And one of my questions was, is the IX taking responsibility in terms of indemnifying members for all this? And that's another question which has never been answered. I left the members meeting the next week, having shown the conversation with my customer regarding the 999 calls, and left thinking that this is actually now moving forward quickly. So I was quite surprised when it was nearly 8 weeks later that anything was actually done. There was a filter deployed in January 2025. Members were not notified. Then in February 2026, I noticed more behavior that looks like the unknown unicast issue again. And it's been confirmed that, yes, the remediation is not complete. There is still a mechanism. The neighbor solicitation, neighbor advertisement is still being flooded. Mechanism is not known, but members still haven't been notified. And that's a potential black hole issue, because if you are learning prefixes from a root server and you have a stale neighbor entry for your next hop, then traffic just gets dropped on the floor. So there are choices here. The issue is not entirely a technical one. Unicast flooding was enabled. That's a bad choice. At my time at LONAP, we disabled unknown unicast flooding back in October 2001. So this is a 24-and-a-half-year-old problem solved in places that is still not fully solved here. There's a memorandum of understanding with the members, and one of the things is that harmful traffic patterns will be a cause for having ports shut down, but this wasn't used. The exchange has devices on every switch on the peering LAN, which could have detected this behavior, but it wasn't. Everything was driven from the members. So lessons for internet exchange operators. We have one for members. We also have one for operators here. Disable unknown unicast flooding. There's nothing you can really do other than disable unknown unicast flooding. It doesn't matter what kind of source MAC address filters you have. It doesn't matter what kind of ARP filters you have, what kind of neighboring discovery inspection that you have. If you are flooding packets which can be used as forward progress, which responses will indicate forward progress for, then you still risk having this unknown unicast perpetuation surface there. Audit your members against your MOU. There's just, this traffic was difficult to find because the broadcast domains were just so full of all sorts of other prohibited traffic. I found members which were peering with each other using OSPF v3. I'm sure this was unintentional, but it's another ticket that I'd opened. And apply the MOU. It's like the members have an expectation that the MOU will be applied. Yes, there is potential for discretion, but if you do exercise discretion and not apply the MOU, then at least make sure that you're accountable. Explain why you've not applied it, and then this hasn't happened here. Verify your fixes. It wasn't fixed. And where something is unusual, if you're seeing traffic you can't explain, then, well, don't just rate limit it, actually investigate it and figure out why it's there. Don't leave it to the members to investigate it and figure out why it's there. And finally, consider moving to a layer 3 rerouted model, because this just eliminates so many problems. All of these layer 2 issues just go away. Lessons for members. TTL security really helped. You could tell straight away that where you have a difference between sessions which have got TTL security not coming up and sessions which don't have TTL security coming up, that this is a unknown unicast being forwarded via third parties issue. Look for things hitting your ACLs which you don't expect. Look for things in your S-flow which you don't expect. Not on this slide, but I should have put on this slide, was consider whether root servers are actually for you. Because obviously if your internet exchange isn't looking for problems, then root servers actually mean that you're vulnerable to this perpetuation mechanism when you wouldn't have otherwise been. pushback on tickets being silently closed. This might mean actively going and checking the tickets are still open, if there's a way of checking the tickets are still open, and pushback on strange things that the NOC tells you to do. I got asked to ask all my peers to clear their neighbor caches, which just didn't seem to be the right fix. Anyway, did I do enough? Is a question that I keep asking myself, because obviously customer-sensitive traffic was still being flooded for far longer than necessary. It's quite chilling the sensitivity of such traffic. I could have removed my traffic from the exchange until remediation was confirmed. I didn't do that, and I asked myself, what threshold should I have done this? Did I meet my duties to notify my customers and their customers that their data may have been disclosed? I'm awaiting the IX operators' rationale on why they don't see a duty to notify. Whether I should have informed my customers anyway is open. And I didn't verify the operator's remediation. I assumed that the fix they put in place was complete, but it wasn't. And I also didn't look very much at the traffic for several years, which I could have done, but I just took on trust that it was going to be fixed. So yeah, did I escalate enough and quick enough? Did other members escalate enough and quick enough is kind of in question there. These are questions that I keep asking myself, and I phoned friends and asked them many times, and I guess now I get to ask the audience, is this fine?
Thank you, James. That was a very insightful presentation. Hold on, please hold on.
Yeah, sure.
We have some questions. We have people piling up in the microphone, please.
Jan Linkova with my 6-man chair's hats on. Thank you very much. This is exciting. As I understand, what we're seeing here, at least for V6, was a corner case of vendors implementing May in the RFC, which is unusual, which allows them not to set target source link local address in NA, right?
Yes, it looks like it.
Yeah, okay. So I guess, yeah, I need to think about it more, but maybe this needs to be fixed as well, right? Because it's obviously didn't take into account the scenario of receiving a packet which was not addressed to you on layer 2, but still addressed to you on layer 3. Yeah. So I think that I'd like to take an action item to find out why this may was in the first place, but maybe it actually should be changed to like should not or something like that.
Yeah. I think it's possibly worth making sure that IXs don't rely on those mechanisms, which will take years and years to fix, from being implemented, though, when there is a lever that the IX can pull.
Next.
Hi.
Lutz Donake. The problem you state is a long-term known problem that was even part of Cisco exams in the 90s. So my question is, when was this knowledge going lost? What can we do that new people coming into our field, learning the things we learned? We all broke networks, we all broke networks in a very horrible way, and the newcomers has no chance to break the network and the customers, and we have to enable them to do so they can learn and avoid such problems. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Any more? Okay.
Anyone? Any other questions for other people in the microphone? Oh. Will. Will has a question.
Well, it's not a question, it's a comment, and
okay.
I will go to Lutz's comment, and I agree. We had this discussion in many situations. We are trying to push the community that's getting older to get younger, to get new people in the crowd, to be aware and to learn from the older folks around, to understand what mistake we did in the past. And we should remind ourselves that we must transmit, like give out this message to the younger crowd, so we can help us all make a better internet for the future. And it was a really good comment. Thank you, Lutz.
I'm looking now to the RIPE NCC colleagues. Do we have any question in there? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, James. Thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce the next speaker, which is Stefan Wahl, which is a very well-known member in our community, and he's also board member of the EuroIX. He's going to talk about beyond peering lands, representing IXP services in a world that no longer fits the schema. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As the title says, beyond peering lands, we had a meeting in Vienna on the 4th of May, 2 days. Funny enough, it's a well-known phrase, 4th of May. And we have some presentations there, and Stavros was also there, and we had a very vivid discussion afterwards and discussed some things which maybe could be better in the databases we use on a day-to-day base. So I hope I find now the right button. It's the green one, I think. Okay. The other green one. No. That one, sorry. Why is this talk? PeeringDB and IX Foundation still describe an internet exchange as a single peering LAN. Real IXPs have now multiple ISNs, route server fabrics, remote POPs, carrier service, cloud on-ramps, all this stuff. And the schema does not really express this. This makes life harder for members, people using the API, route server operators, anyone actually automating stuff using these databases. The old assumption is an IXP is a peering LAN. A member connects with an ASN and a port. The directory describes that relationship. That's now for decades the thing how we handled it. IXPDB is a EuroIX, IX Foundation directory of internet exchanges and their members. PeeringDB, networks publish peering intent, and we have the tooling stuff, A-route servers, BGP, Q4, automation pipelines, etc., etc. So the timeline where I try to lean the presentation on is the BCOP works we have done here in the community. Then we have the continued push on RIPE meetings 89, 91. Authoritative IIR data, there were some presentations during this time. API, ASPA, we had already had some presentations in this week about this. And then we had an interesting talk from Stefanos, from Uni Twente, blind spots and current IIR validation. And the last thing is actually the takeaways from the EuroIX meeting in Vienna, that they're popping up layer 3 services on internet exchanges, which are not really represented in any database at the moment, which makes life really hard to automate stuff with the existing APIs. So, already mentioned why now. I had a very interesting talk with Leo about peering. The upcoming API version 3, which I'm really looking forward what they implement, what the community wants to have implemented in PeeringDB. There I think is still the possibility to add things to this. Then the IRR, BCOP, that is in the grace here, Stavros prepared in the last 12 months. And then something from the working groups we had at EuroIX, RFC 8950, which is a V6 only fabric for peering lands. Oops. Yeah. So, as already said, operational reality is different from the things we have in the databases because it moves faster than the community, sometimes or often. So, as an example, Matt Peterson from SF Mix had a presentation about the peering LAN they have in San Francisco. And he showed that they have not only a layer 2 LAN, they have also layer 3 services. And he called this is actually a layer 2.5 internet exchanges. They have 2 different VRFs, and they leak services from their layer 3 network into the layer 2 peering mesh. Is there any chance to put this in a database? No, can't do this at the moment. So, the SF Mix is not alone with this issue. I picked up 6 of these issues I've seen, immediately. There are could be more, and hope that there will be some feedback from the community about it. One thing is the multi-site fabric. The big IXs like the DKX, M6, Lynx, London, they have multiple sites in the world. And the representation is, especially in IXPDB, not optimal. I would call it suboptimal. Cloud on-ramps, there are extra services nowadays which are you can buy at an internet exchange. These services you find in IX API as an example, but you're not finding it in other APIs like in peering or IXPDB. Remote peering, this is something which has also to do with multi-site fabrics. Hosted caches, that's the thing the SF Mix people do there. They have the hosted caches in the layer 3 network, and they leak the prefixes into the layer 2 peering LAN. Multi-SN services, PNIs at IX locations. I think it's a little bit problematic, but it could be interesting to see what PNIs exist in a location if members agree to put this data in the database. So where does the schemers nowadays break? We have no service locator. We had no cloud on-ramps. We have no remote peering visibility. The hosted cache, the multi-ISN, and the PNI visibility is not in the APIs at the moment, and therefore it's also not in the database. Even if maybe sometimes they have it in the backends, it's actually not accessible. So, and then the next thing, and then this is IPv6. Already mentioned at the beginning, RFC 8950, IPv6 only peering LANs. They're coming up, their first tests in Internet Exchange in Germany. They have seen some issues with it, but it's coming. We have to put it somewhere, we have to document it somewhere, and this cannot be done in the common fields of the databases. It should be done with an object. Linked local addressing. Some people discuss also linked local addresses, not global unicast addresses. Can I do linked local addresses? Can I put them in the database? No, I can't. And per service prefix limit. If you look at the IXPDB and say you take M6, you see a lot of peering VLANs there. It's about a dozen there. But can I put, say, a prefix limit different in every VLAN? No, I can't. Because it's the IXP is, as already said, it's an AS number. And this AS number is true for all the peering LANs you have at the moment. There's no connection between the VLAN, a network, related to an ASN. You cannot have different ASN to the VLANs right now. Then we had the example, also has said it, the IRR in IXPDB. The trusted sources we have nowadays, IRR is a very, very old thing. It's also well discussed, and there's a replacement already. We have worked on it, it's actually functional, it's RPKI. But we have still a lot of legacy space, and not every region is the right region. We have regions where they do not have also the legacy stuff covered. So therefore, we have to trust on the IRR stuff. But what IRR? There's the well-known stuff, and then there's the third-party stuff. And can I have a look what kind of IRR the operator actually accepts or presents, or which he regularly updates? No, can't, because this field is not there. It's easy to implement, and even if it's an old technology and really decades old, it would be okay for the next years to have it inside till everybody adapts maybe what the right region is doing. So the design decisions in IRR is based on the trust model. You have there the data freshness, the object selections, and failure semantics. This has to be represented in the API. I think it's not too complicated to add them, and therefore my suggestion would be to do it. And how could something like this look like? This is an example. This is only a suggestion. You do not have to do it this way, but here you could see how these features could be integrated into the APIs and in the front ends. This is also covering the RFC 8950. What does this mean for best common operation practices? That means that the filter scope follows the service scope. An optional partial route service can have different accepted prefixes in the peering LAN. The BCOP needs to acknowledge that. We have to put it somewhere. Per service, trust anchors. So if you have different services on the on my IX, I should have also the possible. It should be possible to have different trust anchors. If you have different regions, as an example, you should have also. It should be possible to have different trust anchors there. Cross-service leaking. This is a little bit complicated because there's also a huge risk involved. So therefore, the tooling should help to lower the risk here for the community there. Leaking prefixes inside an IXP from layer 3 to layer 2 is something which I think is new, but it will show up more often. What is not proposed, to get it right, because I mentioned IXPDB and PeeringDB a lot, it's not about merging PeeringDB and IXPDB. It's not about building a real-time validator. It is not about replacing the BCOP work. It still stands. The downstream tooling, what does it mean for the downstream tooling? The API would be changed. It's about the route server configurations, automation pipelines, and the member-facing user interface. We have here an alignment between IXPDB and PeeringDB. As an example, member identity, authoritative IR source pointers, RPKI, ROA, and service vocabulary locator semantics are quite often used here. We could align here, and we already do, especially with locator ID. This is used in both. Where we diverge is that the IXP internal topology, operational state, local policies, and member intent and route server config artifacts should stay where they are at the moment. On how the layers fits, as actually the practice layer, we have the directory layer where we have the PeeringDB and IXPDB, and we have the provision layer, which is then using the IX API. This is all the stuff in automation. So what are the open questions? Should a service be a first-class directory object or a property of membership? Who owns the canonical service tier vocabulary, IXPDB, PeeringDB, or is this a joint effort? I would prefer the joint effort, by the way. How do we keep the schema light enough that small IXPs are not punished for being simple? What's the right model for non-member presence? Say, what's about hosted cache providers, cloud on-ramps, PNI facilitation? And how do we expose all of this without becoming an operational source of truth we never wanted to be? That's one of the issues we have to solve. So, and I now come to my last slides. The concrete question to the working group, there are three. Should there be a mandate to align work between IXPDB and PeeringDB more than we do now? Second thing is, add service tier semantics for the BCOP roadmap. That's also a question, maybe in direction of Stavros. And surface non-LAN services in the directory. So like hosted caches on-ramp, should they be shown up in this directory, or is there another source of truth we could have here implemented or could already use? So these are the references I used for the presentation. I added them, and if somebody wants to read about it, is a good start. There are also three other slides at the back end where some references to PeeringDB, tuple tickets, and if you want to have a look at it, feel free to click the links there. So thank you. And statement, my last statement is the director does not have to model everything, but it needs to stop pretending that nothing has changed in our world.
Thank you very much. That was really good, and I think, yeah, we need to have some kind of a discussion right now. So I'm expecting some people to raise and come to the mic because they have something to say. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, so I only have, I wanted like to add, there is another directory which you didn't mention, which is the PCH directory. And I would really like if we could have a directory which have all the information from PeeringDB, IXPDB, and PCH, at least their IDs, to really identify which IXP is being talked about. If I reference, for example, to IXPDB ID 1, which has PeeringDB ID 5, and which has PCH ID 77 or so, because the names are not always identical.
Thank you very much, Arnold. I haven't put PCH in because I had only 50 minutes in the beginning.
Otherwise, I don't see any need to coordinate between IXPDB and PeeringDB. Honestly, I would shut down IXPDB.
Okay, I will not comment on that.
Okay, do we have any other comments about that topic? Because I still think it's something interesting. Oh, someone coming.
Svetosław Heider of Big Bulgaria. These additional services, I'm not quite sure that they are needed to be public in some databases, especially PNIs, for example. But there is one service that you did not mention that is very important, provided by XPs, which is the multicast, which is very important to be listed in central databases for XPs that do offer this kind of service.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm thinking out loud here, but we also discussed quite a much the timing, the PTP things recently. So that might be also one service that we should consider because that's something quite current. Okay, any last comments? Okay.
Stefan, great presentation. Thank you very much. How would you consider going forward in terms of adjusting the schema to cover the current needs? How would you think of I don't know, cooperation model or a small community of people that they're gonna take into questions or requests to adjust the model according? How do you envision this?
There's no short answer on this. You mentioned that there's maybe a small team. All my experience over the last decades show that if you have less than 7 people, you find a solution. If you have 70 people, you will never find a solution. It takes very, very long time. We are using APIs. APIs has version numbers. There is no problem to have a version 1, a version 2, and PeeringDB version 3 now. There can be also a version 4. So why don't we add features and make a new version tag on it? If it's not used, we see this and we can adapt in the next version. So I would have a more agile approach here, not as static as we do today. And I would like also to use what the industry is using. IX API, great stuff. There's a lot of information inside we could use, and we see what actually the customers using inside their automation tools. So why not use this information and also add this to the directory stuff? And this can be done in a small team. I would suggest something like a hackathon, and maybe also working together. This is a good idea with PeeringDB, as we share information here. Also working together with Peering Manager. Where is a Peering Manager? Is more than 50% of all internet exchanges worldwide use Peering Manager. Work together with them, talk about what they actually need, what the customers need, and add these features. If it's not working, we make a new version.
Great. Maybe we can talk to the RIPE NCC colleagues for a hackathon for the next RIPE meeting. Let's see.
That was the plan.
Thank you very much.
Great idea. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, you've got something. Oh, please. Please.
Hello, Lorenzo from Topics. That's just a thought about this presentation, right? We said that was, as far as layer 3 services are concerned, it's not a taboo anymore. We can say that loudly. Many IXPs are already doing layer 3 services. It's a thing. It's one of the services we're providing. So before creating and amending the schemas, I would say that would be useful to do surveys to understand actually what are the layer 3 services that some of us are doing already and trying to standardize them, because now, till today, we have always been concentrating on layer 2, peering. That's it. Still peering is there, but caches, partial transit, service ASNs and so on. That's something that has to be discussed either in RIPE or EURIX, I would say. That's my suggestion.
Okay, I jumped over it. This was the SF Mix. 1 second, I think I have 5 seconds left. With this layer 2.5 service, I'm adding 85 gigabit of traffic. So it's actually already used.
Then,
yeah.
That was good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now on with our last speaker. Nina is going to talk to us about the interest of full route peer for route collection. The floor is yours, man.
Hello. This is good. This is a lightning talk, so it's going to be quite short. But I've been playing with data like so many other folks, and so I wanted to share that in this group a little bit with some of the stuff that I've learned and a little bit of explanation about why we're doing what we're doing. So first off, in case anybody forgot or haven't heard about us before, RouteUse is a route collecting project, and it's a tool that means that you can look at the BTP table from different backbones and in different locations around the world. We are working on a basis with sponsored collectors that are sitting at IXPs. We are currently at 52 collectors and still growing the platform. But how do we want to grow it and where do we want to grow it is part of what I'm going to talk about. The background, it's a very old project. We were started back in 1995, based out of University of Oregon. It's still based out of University of Oregon and is now operated by the Network Startup Resource Center, another organization based out of University of Oregon, and partly funded by the National Research Fund in the US and private sponsors. Anybody want to help? Let us know. We can always use. So, but what are the challenges when you're collecting data year over year over year over year? Well, it is that your storage needs grow, and we are growing our peering base as well because we want more data, and it all means that everything grows. So at some point we started thinking about, is it the right peers we have? Is it the right strategy we have? We were operating in a fully open, anybody asking, yes, of course, we want your routes. And basically, we want your routes. But we were thinking about it, so a little bit over a year ago, we came out with a new peering strategy. We were a little bit more selective, and we definitely went on preferring people who will give us a full routing table and not a standard peering configuration. And the underlying strategy that's not part of the policy is also, we are chasing people who are operating on the edge of the internet. Do you have many locations on the edge of the internet, and will you give us full tables from there? We believe that you will be a very good peer. But we hadn't really checked it out at that time because we didn't have the time. It was more based on industry knowledge on how the internet has evolved over time. I think I talked about it a year ago. And sort of, this is what we think is useful. But then a couple of weeks ago, I got into the analytic mode, and I started thinking, hey, we actually have the data, so let's have a look at the peers that we have. We had also gained some of these, for me, very attractive peering content networks with a lot of sessions in a lot of locations. So I wonder if I can count something useful and see if they actually have a value or not. And this is what this short talk is about. So what kind of information do I get when I look at what people are announcing to me? Well, maybe there are some unique prefixes. Maybe there's some unique origins. There are unique edges. I mean, we're peering folks. We love it, right? We love paths. And maybe there's some shorter paths, and we love those too. So we can look at that, what's in that data set, compare it to the rest of the data set. Oh, that's a lot, but it's possible. And then we can sort of roll it up and look at total ASN. How much value does that bring? So that's the attempt that I have here. So just a little bit of definitions. Edges, basically, in the AS path, there are two ASs next to each other. That's an edge. So for A, B, C, D, we have AB, BC, and CD. Path, that's the whole AS path, except it's not, we strip out the peers AS because otherwise all the paths are unique and then it doesn't really make any sense. So does this AS see some prefixes unique to anybody else? That is basically what we try to look at. Yeah, and then I now have a bunch of examples. So all these ASNs are my favorites. You're all my favorites. But this particular favorite is we have a number of distributed sessions throughout the world with these guys, but they are a traditional backbone network. And we see we have a few unique paths, but not really that many. So for this table, I need to explain that the uniqueness here is compared to these other sessions and the rest of the data set. So it's the individual paths session compared to everything else. And down here, we're rolling up to the ASN, and we see we have a little bit more, but only less than a couple of thousand unique paths from these guys. We still love them because they have like 3,000 shorter paths, so you get a better way if you use these guys to some. Does this make sense? Anybody looking? I see people nodding. That's great. At least one person to that. I love it. Same story for IPv6. So, but and this is something I'm going to be looking at further on. So this is a single tier 1-ish tier 1 provider. I wonder if what happens if I pool all the tier 1 ASNs that we peer with together. That's going to be an interesting thing, and I'll come back with that later. I haven't done that yet. Here's one of my favorite content providers. One of the reasons they're a favorite is that we have a shitload of sessions with them. And if you have a look, all of those sessions, each of those sessions have a good number of unique paths. And remember, these are compared also to the other sessions. So those are good guys. And then when we pull it all together, we get a really good number, and we also sort of like getting sort of like, okay, 1% of the data set is actually something. And same story on IPv6 for this network. We have some other guys with a different technical setup in the way they peer with us. The first one, we're just peering on all mutual locations. But this one, we have multi-hop sessions, and they have been kind enough to do internal work in order to provide us and other route collector projects with this kind of feed. So thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, I can't operate this thing. There you go. Again, Some sort of like, okay, we kind of knew this story, but we didn't know that story, so that was great. And I know I didn't disclose it here, but these are from different regions of the world. So thank you for this one. And it all aggregates into something really nice. And same story on, that was actually IPv6 that I was doing there. Yeah, this is IPv4. Also, lovely, good story. Sorry about that. Just for fun, I took a normal peering configuration. So this is a good network in Asia. Thank you for peering with us. Thank you for giving us your data. But when you're just announcing your customer cone to us, we're not learning a lot about the local topology, but that's okay. We're learning something else. And we still want these sessions, and we still want people's customer cones as well. But on a topology inference spectre, I'm running out of time. It doesn't make a lot of new data. And then finally, a regional provider in Africa. Again, we say, well, we want feeds from you in different locations, in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa. But it turns out there's not really a lot of difference between those sessions. And we know most of what's announced to us already, except when we aggregate it, we get some new information. But we still love you guys anyways, so keep peering with us. Same story for IPv6. Yeah, I made a summary. You can see the trend quite heavily. So from a perspective of the data showing the topology of the internet, give me your full sessions into as many locations as you can. If you have a lot of peering, we would love that. And we would love to work with you if you technically can't do that and you need some other solution. We will fix that. Okay, questions, comments, or coffee break?
Thank you very much, Nina. That was good. Well, we've got one person at the mic there. Okay, two. Oh, nice. Please.
Sebastian Becker, Deutsche Telekom. Thank you for your great work. Continue, please.
Thank you.
The best comment, actually.
Yeah. Another comment?
Yeah, I'm Martin from Yellow S29075. So happy to have to give you our full routes. I was wondering for our own information about what you showed for the others. And I was wondering how do we can access them, because we are happily providing these full views, but we don't have the analysis on our side. So I was wondering how we can access it as easy as possible for us.
That's a very good question. And I can say that we are working on and thinking about if we should do something for people who give us the full feed, exactly by providing them with some of the analysis that we do ourselves, also to make it sort of an initiation for that. But we need to balance it with that we are also a service that completely rely on the community's goodwill. So it's kind of a balance. All the data is there, so anybody can pull down the data and feed it into whatever you like to feed it into, or write your very good code yourself and make the same. But obviously, some of these contribution things is something that we will want to display in one way or another to people who do make large contributions to us.
Great, thank you.
All right.
I think we're done with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Perfectly on time.
Exactly. And so we are almost done. We would like to remind you to rate the talks, please. It's really useful for us. It's really useful for you, all the crowd there, because then you will know that you get some better talks next time if we did a bad choice and that you didn't like a speaker or whatever. I see someone lining up at the mic. You've got a comment. It was for the previous speaker or it was for us?
Apologies, I have a 30-second advertisement when you're ready.
Okay. So rate the talks, and then I think we will see you at the next RIPE meeting in Sofia, and you've got your 30 seconds starting now.
Thanks, guys. Hi, I'm Mike Blanche. You might remember if you were in Bucharest, I came and talked to you about what might be coming in the Digital Networks Act. Well, the draft has been released, and I'm talking about it in the cooperation working group in the other meeting room in the next session. There is a lot of interesting and concerning stuff about new networks being brought into the scope of telecoms regulation, and the European Commission looking to regulate how you interconnect, how you peer, regulators monitoring this, and if you have some time, please come along to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's useful. And with that, we can close the session
and go for a coffee break.
And go for a coffee break. Thank you very much for coming this early this morning, and we'll see you next time in Sofia.
Yay.
clicker.
Hello, everybody. We'll be getting started in just a moment. Yep. Your mic works, my mic works. We're all happy. Cool. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the routing working group. We have, well, first of all, meet your chairs. Ignace couldn't be here today, but we have me and Seb.
Hello.
We have 3 talks today on the agenda. Some formatting.
Why is that broken? It was so nice on the slides.
Monospace is hard. We have 3 talks today, if you ignore the formatting. We have 2 talks from the RIPE NCC around RPKI, and we have another talk from Job Schneiders about RPKI. So welcome to the RPKI working group. Please rate your talks Please rate their talks as we go along, because it's really important to get feedback. Helps us build a better program for the next times. You will need to log into RIPE, which means logging in with 2FA. I hope you have 2FA. Actually, it's compulsory now, isn't it? So yeah, do that now, and when talks finish, submit feedback. We love to see the feedback. The presenter also loves to see the feedback. Yeah, last time we had 6. It'd be nice to have more. I think that's it, right?
Yeah, maybe one more little thing. On the next meeting, there will be, we are starting the selection or re-election procedure for the working group chairs for the routing working group. So anyone that wants to stand up and be a routing working group co-chair, please come to us.
And you should, what we'd recommend to do in this case is you should join the mailing list, because that will be where the announcements will be made. Other than that, I think we're all good, aren't we? So the first talk will be non-functional delegated RPKI CAs. Try and say that very fast. From Tim. Or is it Bart?
Bart.
Tim Bart. All right, cool. Take it away.
Thank you. Your clicker.
So, good morning. My name is Bart. I work at the RIPE NC in the RPKI team. And today I'm here to do Tim's talk, apparently. Either we need to swap slides or Tim needs to get up here. I guess it's you, or no, I guess it's me, actually. Yeah, I'm here to talk about this. The other one is in about 20 minutes, I suppose. RPKI delegated CAs, and there's a policy accepted, RIPE 847, that's the revocation of persistently non-functional CAs. And then I hope the clicker will do its thing. And here we go. No? Amazing. Let's give a few minutes for tech to figure this out, I suppose.
Have you tried?
Oh,
it's the big one.
Turn it off and on again. Okay, amazing. So yeah, I'm here to talk about the implementation of this policy. Policy text is on the slide. It's about revocation of non-functional CAs. And the goal is to clean up the RPKI ecosystem. We see that roughly about 1/3 of our delegated CAs are persistently non-functional. And this slows down the RPs. This validators must fetch on every validation round. They must fetch from all these CAs. Many of the repositories are unavailable. Many of the repositories time out, and this adds a lot of workload seconds to the validation process and the synchronization process. So what we will do is we will start, after this policy comes into effect, after 90 days, we will start revoking all the persistently non-functional RPKI delegated CAs. First, let's talk a bit about what a delegated CA is. In short, it's a CA that an RER delegates resources to. As opposed to hosted RPKI, this delegated certificate authority has its own keys. They hold their own private key. They host their own repositories. They host their own publication server. or they can use publication as a service, but they run their own CA software such as Krill. This is how that works. In the RPK dashboard, assuming you have no CA, this is how the setup works. You click to create the delegated CA. Obviously, you read the terms and conditions carefully and you accept them. And then you do the key exchange. The key exchange, according to our RFC 8183, is the exchange of public keys. So you essentially upload your public key of your CA software, your Krill, your child CA. Then you download the key of the server. You upload that to your local CA software, and that is the entire setup process. These keys are used in both the synchronization with the parent for provisioning, and the key is used to sign and publish RPKI objects to your own repository. And this is what that looks like. After setup, your CA will start at regular intervals provisioning to the parent, which is the RER, essentially to synchronize the resources with the parent. If there are any resource updates, the certificates get updated and the CA can decide what to do. If there's any objects, they can deal with that case. Regularly, they publish objects to their publication server following RFC 8181. This can be their own publication server that they then need to host. This one must be available to the internet at all times, so it must be up, well, at least most of the time. Let's aim for 3 nines. So that all the validators out there can constantly fetch the data from this repository and can validate it to their validation passes. If you host your own repository, make sure to follow the publication server best current practices document from the IETF. An alternative to this is that you can use publication as a service. Then the RIPE NCC RPKI team will do most of the heavy lifting for you. We will make sure that the publication server is available all of the time, is available to validators out there, and you only have to run your local Krill software. That doesn't need to be so high available. Both these protocols can break at points, and they require monitoring. If one of them breaks, a CA can become non-functional. If a repository breaks for a long time, RPs can no longer synchronize objects. If provisioning breaks for a long time, at some point, resources get out of sync, CAs may end up overclaiming, and it becomes a mess, and that is what we refer to as non-functional CAs. Now that we know that all these things can fail, let's quickly talk about an incident that happened recently. May 4, the identity certificate of the RIPE NCC parent CA expired. This was a certificate that was valid for 10 years. We put it in production on May 4, 2016, and you can do the math. Automated renewal was an oversight, so we had to implement that quickly. Because we stopped doing any transfers involving delegated CAs, what broke really was the provisioning protocol. There was nothing to synchronize because there were no resource updates. So the only impact was on the availability of the provisioning protocol. All the CTA certificates remained public and remained published. All the RPKI objects of the delegated CAs remained valid, so there was no incident affecting any of the state of RPKI. So then onto our implementation of this CA monitoring. We start to monitor delegated CAs. For all our active delegated CAs, we start tracking the provisioning status, which is the synchronization status, not just whether it was successful, but also when we last saw them, and if unsuccessful, we aim to have a reason why it was unsuccessful. There are many statuses in which this can fail. For example, timing issues, and we do store that in order to help operators debug this later. We also monitor whether there's a valid manifest in the RPKI. We produce metrics from that. Essentially, the metric becomes whether this particular CA is functional or not. We store them in a time series database so that over time we can track what happens with these CAs. This allows us to, over time, not just have a Boolean at 90-day interval and see, hey, this is non-functional, this particular CA is non-functional for 90 days. It helps us to see how CAs operate a bit better. And this is how that works. Our RPKI core software is our trust anchor software. We load the active delegated CAs. From that, we fetch the validated RPKI cache in CCR format from RPKI client. We produce metrics from that, and we store that in a time series database. And I mentioned CCR, RPKI canonical cache representation. That's what it stands for. It's a new format to represent the validated RPKI state. It contains manifests, VRPs, ASPAs, trust anchors, and router keys, or any of those really, at least one set. We use only the manifest from the CCR file. And it's a new format. It's a type length value byte stream. It's encoded in DER, much like the objects in the RPKI. It's a binary format. It's compact, and it compresses very well, as Job Snijders presented earlier this meeting yesterday in the MAT working group. If you haven't seen it, it might be nice to watch that. It's great for archiving. Currently, there are two implementations, one in the RPKI client by OpenBSD and one in the RIPE-NCC RPKI Commons Java library. Interoperability has been tested, and the RFC, or the draft 05, is up for working group last call in the IETF CyberOps working group. So why CCR? Rather than building our own validator specifically for these delegated CA manifests, we like to leverage the validated RPKI state from existing validators. CCR will be a standardized format. We hope that more validators will implement this so we can compare between validators. But we save ourselves from having to implement our own validation process with all the consequences of that. So we do match delegated CA certificates with manifest instances in the CCR archive. And all this information from CCR helps us to provide more information to operators, as I will show you in a little bit. The other end of this is revocation. So after we know which CAs are persistently non-functional, we need to revoke them. Well, although we love automating things, we decided to do manual revocation, at least to start with. First and foremost, because we don't expect a huge burden on the team, we have a workload of about 125 CAs that are currently persistently non-functional. After that initial batch of about 125 CAs, we don't expect this to happen and to be a burden on the team on a daily basis. If it does, we'll reconsider automation. Another reason not to automate this from the start is that we have our queries ready. We think we know how to select these CAs, but we really want to make sure before we start automatically revoking CAs and then figure out that our query was somewhat wrong or we had a bug in some area, because revoking the still functional CAs is really not what we want and what we want to prevent. We do have automation in the area where we get automated alerts as a team, not just when a CA becomes persistently non-functional for 90 days, we also can get alerts and see from history when CAs become non-functional, when they become functional again, so that we can reach out to operators and work with them in order to keep their CA functional and operational. And this is some of the future work we do. We did implement up to here. Future work includes reaching out to operators and reaching out more to operators. Via email, show information in the RPKI dashboard. We like to alert early and prevent this CA from being non-functional for 90 days if we can prevent it. Our goal is to have all CAs operational in our ecosystem. You see here that on the slide in the metrics that this is why we use the time series database. We cannot just have this Boolean at 90 days, but we can the state of CAs, you see them flipping. Some CA becomes unavailable or non-functional at some point, and we see that a day later they become functional again. This is an availability issue at the CA. That is fine. If this happens a lot, we may reach out to you. If this is your publication server that is failing a lot, we may recommend you to start considering to use publication as a service, for example, to have a higher available publication server. So we aim to work with the delegated CA operators in order to make the ecosystem better. We will also show some information in the RPKI dashboard.
including some basic CA information, the last provisioning messages, when it was, the status of it, if it was unsuccessful, the reason why it was unsuccessful. We will also show some details about the current manifest, as in this update, next update, the manifest number, and we will provide some more contextual support. Links to documentation, for example, if your provisioning breaks for operators, some link to documentation, what you can consider doing about this. So if you're a CA operator and you have ideas of what you need in order to make your CA more functional, feel free to reach out and let's have a chat in the hallway at some point. And at that point, thank you for listening. I think we have time for questions.
Yes, we do. Anyone on the mic?
Job Snyder's BSD. Are the rumors true that if your CA is revoked through this policy mechanism that you have to buy cake for others?
I haven't read it in the policy, but rumor is true, yeah.
Thank you.
Nothing in the queue. Anyone else?
Tim Presence, Rapid Institute, just an additional comment. So the policy required a change in the terms and conditions. They have been published and they should come into effect on the 8th of June. So that's also the moment that we can start counting the 90 days, just for your info. There will be a bit of a delay still before we can then actively revoke those persistently non-functional delegated CAs. That's a mouthful. But yeah, because we need to have the terms and conditions in place before we can do that.
Yeah, so after June 8th, there will be 90 days and then we can start revoking.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare and Data Nerd. I'm assuming Job and others are already monitoring kind of the latencies and overall availability for validation so that we can track some metrics once this hits. And then I guess Job will have a talk to do at Sophia.
Job Snyder's BSD. I was actually hoping Bart could do the talk because we have some intuition about if a CA breaks, it usually breaks forever. That sort of seems the pattern, but I have not done the actual data analysis to understand what is the breakage pattern and do people recreate CAs after they are revoked because it served as a reminder. But that to-do item is on Bart.
Maybe you both do the talk?
We'll figure something out, I'm sure.
That's good.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Then Tim for 6 months of ASPA.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Tim Bruijs. I work for RapidCC. I wanted to talk to you about ASPA again for those who were here the last time and the previous time before that, and maybe new for some others, hopefully. So 6 months of ASPA, the disclaimer there is in the RapidCC RPKI dashboard, because ASPA has been around as a draft for longer than that, of course. But I'll touch on that. First, what is ASPA? Because not everybody, I cannot assume that everybody knows what it is yet, and then, it's going to be a rather abstract talk if I don't go into this. So bear with me. I try to touch on some of the corner cases that people have been asking about as well. So maybe some of the questions that came up earlier might be answered by some of these slides. So taking it from the top. So ASPA are AS provider authorization objects. Structurally, they are a lot like ROAs, except that in this case, they're not signed by prefix holders, but they're signed by the holder of an AS number, who then can declare as a customer AS who their provider ASs are in BGP. And provider AS here does not necessarily mean a business context provider, but provider in the context of the BGP path, as we'll touch upon. Now, ASPA can be used to look at paths, to verify paths. And if we look at that, there's two algorithms, so the two versions of this. The simplest one is what if you look on a session, on a customer session, you get updates and paths, and how do you validate those? Well, in that case, you expect these paths to be valid from customers to providers, so one direction. And in this case, the path is analyzed and each hop is looked at, and then each hop from one to the next can either be provider, in which case there was an ASPA object issued by the customer AS saying the next one is a provider. It could be not provider. That means they made an object, but they did not include this next AS as their provider. Or there could be no attestation, which means you didn't create an object. The path would be considered invalid if there's any occurrence of not provider. So no attestation is fine, and that's crucial because, well, it needs to support incremental deployment, of course. Also, things that break become invalid when there would be an issue with the API itself or with your validation chain, etc. That could have a very big impact. So, like with ROAS, the idea is that it should fail open at least as much as possible, in the sense that if you can't validate, then you don't. But if you know this is actually wrong, then you use that information to say to reject it. So that's a simple case, and graphically that might look a bit like this. And as was pointed out to me, I should apologize here to the rightful holders of AS1, 2, 3, etc. No harm is intended, but yeah, the documentation numbers are quite long, and AS A, B, C didn't really work for me. So sorry if this is you. In this example, we see an announcement coming up from AS4 up to AS1. Well, they see this entire path, but AS4 here said AS5 is my provider, my only provider in this case. Well, typically they might have more, but for the example's sake, they have one, and that's not AS3. So this is wrong. Important to realize, though, don't assume malice. This might just be a mistake. It could be a leak, right? It could be that AS3 and AS4 are peers, and it wasn't supposed to go to AS2, but it did. In any case, it doesn't really matter in terms of validation, or verification, I should say, of the path, because it's just flagged as something that is wrong. Other routes, it's a bit more complicated. You need to wrap your head around a little dance where something becoming invalid or not provided is actually a feature, another bug, but I'll get to that. Conceptually, it's value-free routing. That may be familiar to quite many here. But in any case, so what is the idea here? You would have an up-ramp of an announcement coming from an origin, from a customer to their provider, to their providers, and so on. It can be a short chain, or it can be a very long chain. And then at some point it reaches an apex, and then either through a shared common provider or a peering relationship, it would then go downhill again, let's say, on the other side, where you have the inverse. So it then goes from provider to their customers. And valleys would be where you have something in the middle, where you have maybe 3 hops in the middle, or you have something goes down again and then up again. And those are considered harmful because there's some negative effects. Latency, congestion, cost might be an issue. Data security, because packets go where they were not supposed to go. So we'd like to avoid that. How does ASPA then find values? So to find invalids, which is the most important objective here, it tries to get the longest possible up ramps and down ramps and see if they match up, essentially. And This is where you start looking from one end of the path, the origin, to look at the op-ramp. And you just keep going and you go like, okay, is there a not provider yet? If there's no not provider, then it's okay. You can keep going. And if you created an ASPA object in that whole chain, then, well, you make it all the way to the end, which is fine. But if people did issue an object and you find a moment where, you know, the next hop is no longer a provider, then that's where that chain terminates. Then you do the same from the other end. And the expectation is then that, you know, the provider to customers would be like inversing that would be customer to provider from the other end, right? So you do this from the other end as well, and then you match them up. And for this to be considered not invalid, confusingly, because valid is another case, but I'll get to that later on. It would be considered invalid if there's a gap in the middle, right? So shared overlapping paths from both ends, overlapping ramps from both ends would be fine. Meeting at a AS adjacency is fine because then it's assumed to be peering. Meeting in a common AS is also fine, but anything longer in between is considered a problem, and then it's considered invalid. So here's an example. So AS4 bubbles up this announcement. Here you just keep going. So AS3 is here, has a challenge of validating. They can see, okay, from AS4 to 2 is fine, to 1 is fine, but from 1 to me, actually, in this case, is no longer fine because AS1 said we have AS6, just a random other AS here. So that's where it ends. And from their end, from the other end of the path, they can go up to AS1, but no further. But these ramps, they well, combined, they cover the path. So this is not invalid. This is another example where we look at peering. So this is where the distance between the two ramps is actually one adjacent hop. Again, not flagged as invalid. And I'll get to this in a bit, but then it can be either unknown or actually valid. Valid would mean that every single AS in the path has essentially created an ASPA object. So you have a positive statement that it's complete and valid, whereas unknown leaves room for like there's some information missing. So you assume it to be okay because, you know, invalid would be we know this to be wrong. So that's why I keep saying here it's not invalid. It could be unknown, it could be valid, but crucially, it's not invalid because that's when you want to drop things. This is a question that has come up before. Length of the ramps, does that matter? The word no, but they do need to, combined, need to cover the path. Here's an example of a leak. So in this case, AS2 has AS1 as their provider, not AS3. But then AS3 sends it back up to AS1. AS1, yeah, so it goes back up, and then from the other end. So essentially, yeah, I'm trying to work my example myself now. But the thing is, if you look at it from one end, you end in AS2. If you look at it from the other end, you end in AS1. So there's a gap in the middle, and therefore, this is invalid. Now, a complicated case, which the draft calls complex peering relationships, is that in some cases, peers are not always just peers, but they can also be providers in some contexts. If that is the case, then you have to add them to your ASPA object as a provider because it may happen. So in this case, let's say AS4 is sometimes a provider to AS3. They need to add them to their ASPA object. In this case here, AS7 is validating, and they see, well, okay, this all looks plausible, so they accept. But now, of course, AS4 can propagate any prefix, and maybe they were not supposed to. That would all be fine for ASPA because They just look at the path and don't look at the prefix and they think like, yeah, looks okay. If this is the case, then the only to customer attribute in RC 9234 can be of help, because that would allow you to say on a prefix level that this prefix is supposed to go to your customer only. So there's another additional mechanism that can help here. So with that, I'd like to look at the core of the presentation, I would say. So what have we learned in the last 6 months, or what do we see? Uptake. This is on the signing side. So we've looked at how many ASPA objects there are, or yeah, how many ASPA objects there are in the wild. And we see that before July 2025, now the line is quite condensed, but there were some, mainly in Krill, because I had been supporting it for a while through the CLI. After July, the line goes up a bit more, because that's when that was added, ASPA support was added to the UI there. November, well, that's clearly visible. End of November, we enabled this in the RPKI dashboard of RapidCC, and Aaron also enabled this in January. So now we see quite a large number of ASPA objects appearing in the wild. So we're quite happy that we see this uptake going quite fast. I think we're at 3-point-something% of ASNs registered on the RIPE-NCC actually that have a corresponding ASPA object at this moment. So I think that goes, well, it's much quicker than I thought it would be. But that's a good thing, because to me that says that people like it and want to use it. When we look at validation, I just have a question mark for you. I know that validation is done sometimes. We even do it on our network, and maybe if André is around, he might comment on that. I know there are other places that do validation, or that at least inspect their paths using ASPA, but I don't know of public efforts where statistics are published, for example, of that. Do we know who is validating, how many people are validating, etc. I think that would be a very interesting subject to look at in the coming years. And if you have ideas about this, or you want to do beacons and whatnot, I would be very interested to have a talk about that. But for now, I have a question mark for you. So, all right. That leads me to another thing. So the curious case of AS0. We like AS0. We like to use it to mean things, because AS0 is actually not a real AS that is allowed in the path in BGP. It's also used in ROAS, as you might know. In ASPAs, we also use it. So in an ASPA object, you can have AS0 as the only provider to indicate that your network does not have any providers. And the primary use case here would be for tier 1 networks that have no providers themselves, like they're at the pinnacle. But there are some other use cases where it might be used as well, like a route server might use it because they don't want to appear in a path at all, and then maybe this is something that they can use to flag as well that, well, if you see us, it's probably wrong. But the primary use case, as I said, is for tier 1 networks. Now, going back to that previous example, let's say AS1 is actually a tier 1 here. What they would have issued then is an ASPA object that says AS0 is our only provider, like we are provider free. The rest is still the same as the previous example, so I won't run through it in detail again. But it's just to say you don't have to make up some random AS that is your only provider. No, you say AS0 in this case. Same here. This is where something goes through 2 tier 1s by accident. And the takeaway here is also that if tier 1s sign these objects, that's actually a very, you don't need many of them to do this, to already flag these issues. Right, so with, well, fairly quickly, if there's enough uptake by tier 1s in signing this, it can become already very useful to detect these kinds of leaks. Now, AS0 in the wild, we do see them in the wild, and I have a plot. So here we see just a fairly low number before we enabled it in the RPI dashboard, and then since then it's gone up quite dramatically. There are also some in other regions, of course, but yeah, mostly it's RIPE-NCC and then Aaron. And that got me thinking, so can we use this? Can we use this AS0, the appearance of AS0 ASPA objects as a signal? Can we use this to learn something? So with great help from Thies here, Thies, who pointed me at a Parquet file that contains essentially all the routes seen by various RIS root collectors. I got that information. I did an export, and then I did an analysis where I just peeled out the unique paths, ignoring the prefixes for now, because I made some poor choices in my implementation. It just didn't fit in my memories, the memory of my computer. But essentially, I was interested in the paths mostly. So what I did is I looked at all the paths, and I tried to figure out, okay, let me just look at the paths that go up to a ASN that has said AS0 is our only provider, right? So they're presumably a tier 1 network, or at least it's something where the up-ramp would end. And then if I look at the bits that I have, and just the unique ones, I group them, can I analyze those and then figure out, okay, are these actually valid or invalid or unknown? And unknown is, well, could be partially covered, could be not covered at all if you look at the draft, right? That doesn't differentiate. The verification outcome is either valid or invalid or unknown. But in my case, I was also interested to know, okay, is it covered at all? Because I'd like to see, where is the uptake going in terms of, how does this match up to what we see? And that works out like this. So I ended up with about 700,000 paths from 45 million routes. Of course, there's a lot of overlap in those routes, but yeah, that's why it didn't fit in memory. Not covered is 93.7%. But covered is, of course, interesting. Valid, so that means fully covered by ASPA objects and all customer to provider links in this case is 0.2. Invalid is bigger, and that might throw you off, 0.5. But actually unknown in this case is kind of valid. It's partially covered, and in as far as it's covered, it's valid. Still, invalid is too high, I believe, higher than I hoped. And that brings me back to a question that we ended it with last time, which is we had a discussion at the mic about, should we try to help people and suggest, providers that people maybe should add to the ASPA objects. And there were two answers, and they were both overwhelming, no and yes. No, because it will include false positives. It will not include providers that we do not see, but yes, because people will forget. And it becomes problematic when people start validating, because if there are too many things that would be rejected, and people start validating, then, if you do this, then suddenly it's on you because you're dropping all these rights suddenly, rather than on the people who should be maintaining and fixing their attestations, right? So that's a bit of an issue. That was an issue with ROAS as well. And looking at the numbers where I see, well, out of the, where is it? Can I go back? Yeah. So invalid 0.5, that is out of the part is actually covered. So it's like something, I don't know, I didn't do the math actually, 8-9% invalid of the things that are actually covered. I think that's probably too high. So I think we need to do something. And the question to this group would be, would this approach that I've used here in this analysis that I've just shown help here? That's another thing. And then also, of course, if we ask, if we do this, then we would definitely do it in the way that we say, did you forget these or not? But it's always up to the AS holder to really verify. because we have to be very clear that we may not see everything. And we may even see things that should not be there. So it's going to be a challenge to present that in a nice way, but we have good UX people to help with that. But based on the previous, on the information I got, I think we should do something. But please speak up if you feel differently, or even if you agree. Next steps, then I come close to the end of this. Again, that question, suggest providers, so let's have that talk. Validation measurements would be very interesting to work on that, or if you work on that, I'd be very happy to learn about it. One thing to mention, the other RARs are also committed to support ASPA in the course of this year. And so by the end of the year, you should see ASPA appear also in other RARs beyond Aaron and us. And that's it. With that, I would like to go to questions and comments.
Okay, please.
Hi, Sylvan from Open Factory. I have one addition to AS0. I have observed a bit of hijacking recently from people putting in just regular ROAS, rogue ROAS from legacy space. So when I tried to nudge my customers to ASPA sign, I also told them all the unused ASNs put AS0 so nobody can easily hijack it. So this will poison your data a bit.
But then I should not see them in the path, or should I? But yeah.
Hi, Mick O'Donovan, Nasira. If you go back to slide 12, just to discuss the setup around the providers that may be providers at some point in time. Max came to INEX through the OLAS program and had a training session on ASPA earlier in the year, and there was quite a lengthy discussion about this. It's probably more common than not in the research and education sphere where we meet another NREN that potentially could become a provider at some point in time through either semi-automated or manual process, but it's not something that's there ready, active to be used. And the question I have is maybe philosophical, but when do you actually add AS4 as your provider in this instance? Is it always there, ready to be used, or is it actually when you need it to be used? Just like the path of using transit via AS4 is actually going to become available to you.
Yeah, I guess that depends on your local situation. I mean, you want it out there before you actually use it. So if you know it can happen anytime, then you should always have that. Also, if you have a backup provider that you don't normally use, you need to have them actually.
Then I guess to counter that, if it's always there and you actually don't want it, maybe there could be a hijack by virtue of the fact that it's there and not yet in use.
Yes. ASPA just talks about essentially the policy side of it. So if you said they can be my provider, then that's okay. It doesn't protect against hijacks where people spoof the path. For that, you would have to look at something like BGP-SEC. It does make it harder, however, to make a plausible path. But in this case, they could use that, yeah. It depends a bit on how many people have made statements. If many people made statements, then it becomes harder. But yeah, it remains open.
So a question from the queue.
Sure. As Anton from Liberty Global says, networks who also use AS0 ASPA when they are not connected yet to an upstream to protect their ASN from misuse while setting up their network. The invalids could be this kind of abuse or root leaks. What would be your advice to use as ASPA for networks that are not yet in use?
Ooh, I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that, to be honest.
The answer is AS0, right? Not the AS used.
Well, yeah, I think if you don't use it, you don't have a provider, right? So it wouldn't be a lie. I think it doesn't hurt to say it. But if it's best practice to do so, I don't know.
Thank you, Anthony Hariton Cisco. I would just like to say that I'm operating AS 4492, which is ASPA invalid on purpose since January, I think. So it's probably part of your invalids, but it's I'm just saying it as a public service announcement in case anyone wants to do any measurements. This AS should not appear. Like if you see it somewhere, ASPA validation did not work. So it's IPv4 and IPv6 if you want to use it, any researchers, any operators. Thank you.
Thanks.
Maria, bird developer. I'd like to thank you for proving my point from Monday, because you got it wrong. At this slide, you don't validate, the AS7 does not validate the path which begins with 7. It validates the path which begins with 2, because the validation happens on ingress, which means you have not yet prepended. This what you want, is what I wanted to push into the draft, but it was rejected because it would be too performance sensitive. So this is not to blame you. The draft is the draft is missing key places where you could anchor. The same thing, you basically proved my point where describing what is valid and what is invalid and what is unknown, because you exactly went over the algorithm which is in the draft, which is actually backwards. And if you explain it from the other side, it would be way easier, but it misleads you. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Another question from the internet queue.
Yeah, Alexander Asimov asks the question, or has a comment. Oh, it is a question, sorry. Great talk. I wonder if you have analyzed if there are any common patterns in the invalid.
No, not yet. I didn't have time. I did have I also had an off-by-one bug, by the way, which I discovered this week. So thank you for that, Maria. No, I had a bug in my implementation where because people can repeat their AS, right, for traffic engineering purposes, and that was all showing up as invalid for me, but it wasn't actually. But I haven't been able to look at the rest of the data yet. So.
Thank you. Great. Tom Strix, operator of an RPKI observability platform. I guess that's the only thing we do. Two things. One, we'll start advertising an ASPA invalid and then put it on Is BGP Safe Yet sooner rather than later. And hopefully we'll have some statistics that we can start talking about. Second thing, that's more to Mick's question about like, what if you have AS4 but you're not actively using it? One of the mitigations that you could use if you have an active peering session but there's not a provider at that point in time is using the OTC attribute on your prefixes. It's not a tit for tat kind of same thing, but it's close enough that it will at least prevent some of the leaks that could occur. So that could be a recommendation. Like if you want to do that as an NREN, set OTC on your peer, on your prefixes that you're advertising to your peer, put them in the ASPA in your ASPA and you're fine. The second they become an actual transit, you remove the OTC attribute on your prefixes and you're fine.
Thank you.
Hello, Andre Philip, CZNIC. I have a kind of small warning about quick adoption because I have a real-time example or real-life example from this meeting. You know, we CZNIC are early adopters. We have ASPA sign, and one of our peering partners was exporting our route without letting us know. And unfortunately, this path was the best path for the upstream provider of this meeting. So this was exported to the router here, and it was invalid, of course. So this route was deleted. So I just would like to warn you, starting validation on stub networks. You know, I think we should. I'm enthusiastic in ASPA, but we should be careful in starting validation in stub networks. So that's just warning. It was fixed. Things like NCC stuff for quick reaction. You know, I added that network to ASPA, and then it was fixed. But you know, that's something we should keep in mind, that it's not so easy to start validating everywhere. We should start from the kind of core parts of the network first.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. But there are two sides to this, of course. I think, yes, of course, you're right. You need to be careful, and definitely early adopters need to be careful, but it's also a data quality issue. So looking back at how things went with ROAS, I I was there when that happened, and in the early days, ROAS didn't really match what was going on in BGP. It was like 50% really far off. And then we used this, like what I suggested, like essentially a suggestion engine in the interface helped people catch a lot of the issues, but it doesn't get you all the way there. It got us to about 90%. But then when people really started to do root origin validation and things that were invalid were dropped, that was also a very strong signal for people to update their ROAS or remove them altogether. And then in most cases, they just updated them. So I think there will be a degree of that when people start validating, then those ASPA objects that were not set up properly, and I'm not saying it's your mistake because the mistake can be elsewhere, but then, yeah, then those things will come out.
Yeah, but this was not mistake. You know, it was we couldn't do better. You know, we just didn't know that somebody exporting the road. So just you know, if you ask .NET for don't start validation first, ask your upstream first. That's my advice. You know.
Yes, I would say it's prudent also if providers warn their customers first and all that. Yeah.
Thank you. Asbjørn Filby. We are trying to push all of our AS code to do ASPA. And as we get closer to having more validation and then filtering based on ASPA, then we are missing one of our downstreams, AS12654, which do you have any plans on adding ASPA to that?
Sorry, come again?
Yeah, routing information service doesn't do ASPA yet.
Right, yes.
And it almost must be great adding beacons to that, so we get more validation.
Yeah. Tis, you want to take this?
Yeah, Tis de Kok, right, NCC. We really would like to do ASPA beacons, but for that we would need a separate LIR to have a smaller blast radius. And as the right NCC, it's kind of difficult to get more LIR, but we want to go for that.
Yeah, so there's an issue around people accessing the beacon configuration, RPKI configuration used for beacons, then also having access to the production network, and that, you know, potentially causing other issues and compliance questions, and yeah.
Okay. Joe Snyders, Calgary Internet Exchange. If you go to slide 15. Perfect.
Yes.
The Calgary Internet Exchange, where I volunteer, has been doing ASPA verification on the route servers for 3 years now. This is a practice I recommend other internet exchanges to copy, because nowadays OpenBGP and BERT support ASPA. So you can do this as an internet exchange operator. The internet exchange has, I don't know, like 100 peers, 250 gigs of traffic, about 175,000 routes on the route server. And of those, 470, or about 0.2%, is ASPA invalid, which I think is a super low noise number. And we're never going to get to zero, because the whole point of ASPA is to filter out invalid routes. And there is constantly some form of leakage or unintended consequences of configurations that we want to block. So the system is working, is my conclusion, because we are blocking a modest amount of routes. So yeah, there is some uptake, there is some benefits. So I think, and to Andre's point, like, there was no mistake. I'm like, yes, there was a mistake. There was a leak, and ASPA blocked it. The system is working as intended. And I think what you meant with stop network is single home networks. Is that correct? Okay, that is a violation of RIPE policy. You must be multi-homes. That's RIPE network. Wait a second. No, I'm kidding. If you are single homes, I consider that an exception of sorts. And at that point, yes, defer to your upstream, because you outsource your routing decision making to your upstream. You might as well point default to your upstream if you're single homes. If you're multi-owned, so you have an upstream and say an IX connection or a peer, you have more than 2 eBGP sessions, you're multi-owned, then it makes sense to do ASPA filtering, because maybe one path indeed is a leak and it's blocked by ASPA and other paths are clear. And these considerations, we went through the same mechanics with the deployment of universal ROA validation in 2020. At the time, there were like 5,000 invalid routes in the ecosystem, and people were fearful, like, okay, that's a really big number. Are we maybe tossing the baby out with the bathwater or something? And it took the community some effort to understand, like, well, the 5,000 number is big, but actually the traffic flowing towards those invalid paths is so minuscule, and the advantages of not accepting misoriginations are so large compared to missing misconfigured destinations that eventually the community flipped to the trade-off, like, yes, we want to block invalids. So I think with ASPA, we'll have similar conversations, and people will be like, hey, you have 470 invalid paths on your route server. That's a problem. And I'm like, I don't know. We're kind of leak-free. That's also nice to have. So, and in any case, to your point, Andre, if we start at, say, internet exchanges, the route servers, they, by definition, have partial internet tables that they distribute to their clients. So if they distribute a little bit less routes with the advantage of also not distributing leaks, that's a great start. So I think you also have a hat with an internet exchange on it. What are your deployment plans?
Actually, yeah, do cut the queue after the next question, but please reply. Then.
I'll just very briefly react. Yeah, again, I'm not against ASPA. I'm really enthusiastic of it. I just warned about the single home network, which is, by the way, this one we are now rely on. So, but I'm fine with that. And yes, Exchange Point has plans soon to support ASPA. So yeah, sure.
All right, cheers.
Last one from the queue.
Just a follow-up point from an earlier one from Alexander Azimov. He says, pretty much echoing what Job said, the previous comment about filtering and stuff, multi-home networks, it's common to have a default coming from your transit provider in that situation, because as to follow on what Job said is that you're basically outsourcing all your decisions to that provider anyway, so you may as well stick the default.
Right. So thank you.
Thank you.
And now we go to weird things in RPKI from Job.
Good morning, everyone. My morning started great. I went on a run, succeeded, and then ate some yogurt with granola and dropped it on the carpet. And now I'm standing here. I want to talk about weird things in the RPKI. And this is somewhat related to routing, but it's also not entirely. We're talking about quirky aspects of data synchronization or logically consistent states of how the information that is encapsulated in the RPKI and then in turn influences the routers. This talk is based on data collected by RPKI views. And this night I was working with word art, and I'm really proud of this beautiful image to reflect the weirdness of what is to come. What is RPKI views? Quick recap. It's about 14 nodes distributed over the globe. They're in various locations, but I'm still looking for collectors in Africa, South America, Russia. So if you want to contribute to the project, email me. End of pitch. What RPKI views does, it runs a validation process that discovers the current certification authorities of the RPKI and their subordinate products like ROAS. And it validates the discovered products, and then it stores the results. And Normal ISPs would then send the results to the BGP routers, but what I do is I send the results to a storage bucket somewhere for later introspection. So all these 40 nodes run the process in a loop, upload the results to a central location, and on a daily basis, the central location deduplicates, sorts the results, and produces an RPKI spool archive. This results in a pretty complete image of the RPKI. I was able to cross-reference this archive with another collection mechanism that doesn't do cryptographic validation, and on that I base some confidence. This is not LLM confidence, but like Job Snyder's confidence, that more than 99% of all events that transpire in the RPKI are captured, and nearly like 100% of the operationally relevant states in the RPKI are captured. So this is the all-seeing eye of Sauron, but for the RPKI. Latest statistics, since January 1st this year, I collected almost 25 million RPKI objects and about 250,000 like snapshots of the RPKI. So that's roughly every few seconds an image is produced of the RPKI. So let's highlight a aspect. The production is on a daily basis. So every day I compact yesterday's data, and this makes analysis quite easy. So one day, February 12th, I looked at what was captured that day. And this is then the output on my screen. I really like garbled text. And the astute reader will see something really weird in the previous slide, right? Let's highlight what is weird. So the RPKI spool for February 12th should contain the data that was new on February 12th. But we see here in timestamps in the tar file, and those timestamps are reflections of timestamps internal to the RPKI objects, that a bunch of these objects originate from 2025, almost a year earlier. I'm like, what is happening here? I was expecting objects that are created on February 12th in the February 12th archive. This violates some assumptions about causality. So this stood out to me as like, is my collection broken? Am I somehow, wrinkling through a time machine? Can I make money with this? The answer was no, but it turned out there was a software bug somewhere. So let's investigate. I looked at one of these objects, and it is an object produced by the Aaron-hosted CA system. And there's various fields in this binary encoded object that are worth highlighting. The size, 2,149 bytes. The file name, which is C601, blah, blah, blah. The signing time, a moment in time, pinned to January 2026. So that's like a good 2.5 weeks earlier than the archive should contain data for, and then the contents of that ROA. And I discovered that what I had discovered in February was the same named, same sized, same signing time object, but it was a different ROA with a different hash and slightly different content. So if we flip back and forth between these two images, what happened was that a ROA IP address payload entry was removed, and as a consequence, the end entity RC3779 listing of the resources contained within the ROA flipped from a CIDR prefix, /22, that's the lowest line, to a range. And there are all kinds of rules of how ROAS must be constructed, but the net effect is that by removing a field in one particular field, in another field, a few bytes were added. And that results in a same-sized ROA. And if you then combine that with recycling the CMS signing time, which is a form of backdating, Aaron, if you're in the room. Okay, so you're like, fine, Job, who cares? I will tell you why we should care. Now, let's look at a formal description of the rsync algorithm. What rsync does is it connects to the remote rsync server, and it will ask like, okay, what do you got on offer for me today? And client and server, because of efficiency reasons, will work through a list where the primary key of the files is the file name, the file size, and the last modified timestamp on the file system. And that means that client and server only need to do a stat syscall instead of an open syscall, and the stat is way cheaper than the open, because the argument is that if all three of these parameters are equal, then the contents can be assumed to be equal. But as I just demonstrated, we now have a case where indeed the three parameters are equal, but the contents are not equal at all. Like the top line, the hash identifier is the SHA-256 of the object contents, and it changed between these two versions of the object. So it's not equal, should have moved. But rsync is like, this is fine, we're going to skip transferring that file. Now, what then happens is what RPKI nerds call a failed fetch. So on the RNCA system, a new manifest appears. The validators obtain the new manifest. The new manifest references that ROA, but that new version of the ROA was not fetched because the rsync algorithm is like, no, it's fine. We're not going to move data that's the same. And then the validator, essentially what in distributed systems would be called a dirty read, because it recognizes there's an internally inconsistent state. I need a ROA that is not here. It's not here because it's not transferred, because the rsync algorithm was like, there's no need to transfer it. And what then happens is that the validator is like, okay, well, this package of information is incomplete. I will keep using the old manifest with the old set of ROAs until that expires. Now, that means that the manifest needs to time out or expire before the spike starts moving again. And it depends a bit on the RAR and the CA system what the exact timing parameters are, but this could take between 8 hours or maybe 2 weeks. Really depends on some variables. And the jury is still out on what the optimal timing parameters are for stuff like manifests and CRLs, because shorter lifetimes means better anti-replay protection, but longer lifetimes causes less transfer. So it's an engineering trade-off. But long story short, you end up with a situation where you updated a ROA and it doesn't reliably transfer or synchronize into the wider ecosystem. So you then have this super weird situation that you changed a ROA and there's no change in some ISP somewhere that was unlucky enough to sort of hit the perfect alignment towards the unfortunate situation that the ROA didn't transfer. And that's insanely hard to debug. Like there must be somebody somewhere that was just flabbergasted, like I changed my ROA, but nothing, it's not working. What did I do wrong? And it's through no fault of their own, because they influence the Aaron web UI, but it's the Aaron system that creates the digital data, signs it, and publishes it. So it's to some degree out of their control. Okay, do we get rid of RPKI because of this type of race condition? I can assure you that is not the correct answer. A race condition like this is exceedingly rare because the majority of validators will use RRDP as their primary synchronization mechanism, and this particular race condition cannot exist in RRDP. And it's like the chances of you modifying a ROA and it's remaining the same size are also pretty small. So it's really like you need to, it's a corner case of a corner case of a corner case before you arrive in a situation where you would, the ROA doesn't propagate. This particular bug, I only found it with the Aaron system. They acknowledged the bug, indicated they would deploy a fix. I think it's deployed, but I'm waiting for confirmation. So, okay, that should be the end of it. Interesting race condition, it was resolved. But it does show that there can be some surprises in the RPKI. Like the RPKI is a distributed database, and that brings us to distributed database problems, and that they often are hard to debug. And how do you go about debugging something like, I think 1 out of 1,000 validators does not have my new ROA? You probably wouldn't even know that that is the case because you don't have access to all those validators to analyze their state. So that's one takeaway. Like, you can do everything perfectly in your API ROA provisioning software or your process using the web UI. You can configure the ROAs correctly. You can correctly time the modifications of your ROA configurations, like at the start or end of projects, and still have a situation where things don't work as expected in exceedingly rare circumstances. Another takeaway, the timestamps embedded in the RPKI objects could be nonsensical. They are a purported time at which the object was signed, but it's an assertion made by the signer, and it is not something that correlates to your clock on the wall. In fact, there is no universal clock in the RPKI. It is a distributed database. So when you analyze RPKI data, the CMS signing times or the dis updates or not befores or whatnot, they're all interesting parameters, but you have to realize that they are maybe logically consistent in the context of that certification authority, or they're nonsensical. So you have to establish your causality, your sequence of events through other means. And that means you need to look at the validation rules of the RPKI, and that means like a manifest must go up and to the right. It must increase its serial number, the manifest number in a monotonic fashion. The structure of CAs can be modeled as a monotonic semilattice. And this is all a little bit more work, but that if you do that type of work in your analysis, then you can start seeing the really quirky things. Another takeaway in all of this is, as CA, do not reuse file names that were previously used for previous versions of the objects. It is a disadvantage if your ROAs throughout time do not use a new file name for each new issuance. Because if we go back to this situation, the subject information line with the light pinkish highlights, it is just entirely unnecessary for the system to reuse that particular file name across multiple issuances or multiple versions of the ROA. And, you know, we're in Europe, so it's safe for me to say this, but in this regard, the RIPE NCC hosted system does this much better than the ARIN system. The RIPE NCC system will use different file names for different issuances, right? Oh, okay. And ARIN should copy that from RIPE, yes. Now, So reusing file names is just unnecessary. There's no benefit to it. It makes debugging harder, and it can hamper propagation issues if there is some kind of issue with the timestamps on the rsync server. So again, you have the moon and 2 planets aligning, and it happens once every 100 years. But when it happens, you're like, oh, I wish that didn't happen. And weird things happen in the RPKI. Like this was a surprise to me, and I think a surprise to many other people as well. Like, oh, we did not foresee that happening. And it is important that we as community remain vigilant and actively search for, like, are race conditions possible in the new standards that we're developing? Can we find them? If we can find them, are there reliable mechanisms that we can document to prevent them? Or is this a risk we have to accept? But we have to investigate quirky stuff like this, even if it's rare, because if 1 out of 1,000,000 times something happens, but that one time, like imagine you created a ROA, you fill in the origin ASN, you hit submit. And like right after you hit submit, same with emails, right? You spot the typo. You're like, oh, that 5 should have been a 6. And you see traffic towards your prefix decrease because now you've made your prefix RPKI, route origin, validated, invalid. And the big providers are rejecting your routes. And that ROA propagated like light speed. It wrote the happy path and it propagated to the global internet in a span of just a few minutes. And you're like, oh, that is real. How do I explain this to my boss? You know what? I will quickly rectify the typo and I will change that 6 back to a 5. And you hit submit. And for whatever reasons, because you changed that one parameter, the file size of your thing didn't change. And then you hit the unlucky situation with the modification timestamps, and it means that your second ROA that is supposed to fix the error you introduced in your first ROA is not propagated. It may take hours in some scenarios to propagate. So I think RPKI propagation is sort of like P99, it propagates in 15 minutes, 20 minutes, I don't know, something like that. But there's also a small non-zero percentage where propagation is just slower for all kinds of reasons, and this could be one of them. So I guess this is a really circumvent way of saying, don't make mistakes, don't write bugs in your software, don't make typographic errors. It's simple. All right, we're nearing the end of my presentation. I'm just going to ask myself some questions and answer them. Is this the only weird thing you've seen? No. In the APNIC system, I found something else. It is not backdating of new objects, but it is recirculation of older objects. So you deleted an object a few months ago, you created a new object, you delete that new object, and then for a few seconds, the old object reappears and then disappears. And I have no mental concept of how you would program a system to make that happen, and we're still investigating why that is. It doesn't seem to have operational impact, but it is pretty funny, I think. But yeah, I don't have a lot of time today to explain all the weird things I've seen in recent year of research. And then another valid question would be like, okay, Job, rsync is stupid, it's old. Don't we have RRDP to prevent this type of problem? And the answer would be correct. RRDP would not exhibit this particular type of problem, but luckily enough, it introduces new classes of problems and new types of weird internal inconsistencies. So it's choosing between, two evils is too strong of a word, but like rsync has upsides. It performs way better in low bandwidth circumstances, but it has downsides like I described just now, like the integrity of the synchronization depends on a heuristic that is cheap but not 100% reliable. And then RDP is better performance in the happy path, but it has some weird thundering hurt corner cases that can cause RARs to become congested. So I think that the RPKI community is working to improve upon these protocols. Active research is being conducted, but there's not yet a silver bullet for the ultimate reliable propagation of RPKI, but we'll eventually get there, surely. Okay, end of slides.
Thank you, Joop. Are there any more questions beside the ones Joop pointed to himself? No. There was one question, not in the Q&A, but from Shane Kerr, that is interesting still.
I didn't see the scroll down. Does RPKI not use the actual wall clock time for expirations of signatures and things like that?
The RP, so the question is the validator not using its local time to ascertain whether the certificates are valid or not? And the validator is using the local time to understand, is this manifest still valid or is this ROAS still valid? But all manifests and all ROAS are distributed with a lifetime of, say, between 8 hours and 2 weeks. So there's a long window for things to not have yet expired from the perspective of the validator.
Thank you.
I think
Some strikes Cloudflare, just trying to fill some time, I guess. I know there's a BCP at the IETF for the publication server side of things. Do we need to do some updates on the IETF side to just kind of give you additional sticks to whack operators like Aaron with could you please not do shit like that? Because as you said, it's not constructive or helpful in any way or form.
Yeah, that's an insightful question. The working group has undertaken an effort to produce a really long document on what the 40 lessons are in, this, you can shoot yourself in this way and you can hang yourself in that way, wow. And this document encapsulates like our current understanding of how to prevent certain race conditions. So it has been written down, use unique file names for new issuances. But migrating from your current system to a new strategy is non-trivial, and this is a production-grade system. So the likes of Aaron or for instance Krill, which also reuses file names, are faced with a challenge like, okay, we have a deployed system running and helping secure the internet. So we need to figure out like a reliable migration path towards the new strategy and battle test it, and it takes time. So I discovered this problem, I think in early April, and it had transpired in February. So, the machinery is running, but these are not quick processes. So I wouldn't be surprised if the likes of Aaron or Krill could adopt a new scheme maybe next year, or who knows. And in the meantime, they rely on ensuring that the heuristics of the timestamps are correct. And of course, the cool thing with documents is you can write them, but you also have to encourage people to read them. And when you read a document, it's not always clear why we should use short, high entropy file names. And I think it's because for like 15 years, it was written down like, use this file name strategy. And everybody's like, okay, seems cool, but does anybody know why? And now I'm like, oh, I understand why. Yeah, it's about the entropy. That is the characteristic of the file naming scheme. That is the attractive property. But yeah, that means it took me like 12 years to realize why that practice even existed. And if it takes me that long to understand it, I'm surely not the only one. So in this sense, the RPKI is really a collaborative effort and joint learning with very, very much based on progressive insights or hindsight.
Thank you. Cynthia?
Cynthia Rifram, Eisenhower. I just want to say that, like, generally speaking, backdating signatures is a very big no-no, especially doing it so far. So I would suggest that CA software implement checks to make sure that they don't accidentally backdate in the signature systems too far. Yeah, because that's, I can't think of any good reason to do that.
You're not wrong, but also not on the mark, because there is a delay between producing the object and discovering it and validating it. So if I start, so imagine you today create Aurora. It's May 20th. I start a validator 2 weeks from now with an empty cache. That validator instance will download the snapshots and synchronize the data in, and it will discover the ROA that you created today. So for that validator instance, 2 weeks from now, the ROA you created today is going to be 2 weeks old. And this is why, like, clocks in the RPKI are sort of a psycho thing, because you cannot just say, it's not real time. It is an offline protocol where events can be smeared out over multiple months. And for instance, RIPE NCC's like top level manifest is re-signed every 3 months. So yeah, it's at some point in the cycle, it's going to appear very fresh, less than 24 hours old. And then as time goes by, it becomes older and older, but it's not backdated. So differentiating backdating versus, oh, this is just an old object I have newly fetched because my cache is empty, is very hard. And this is why RPKI views is so useful, because you have all these validators slurping in data and deduplicating it. And then you can recognize situations like this, because in a single instance, recognizing backdating without prior state is impossible. All right.
Fine. So I think we are done. We are closing the RPKI working group for today.
Thank you so much.
Big applause to all of our speakers, please. So we go to the closing notes. We have 2 announcements to make.
Oh,
there are no
okay, cool.
more slides. I was asked for that there will be an IPv6 advanced Kahoot quiz in the site room at 13:30, so 1:30. Join for a chance to win an exclusive IPv6 t-shirt if you want.
Cool. And then I guess the only thing left to say is around, please rate the talks. And if you are interested in potentially running for the next working group chair, join the mailing list. We'll make an announcement probably in the next, I hope weeks. But join the mailing list, please. It would be great. So yeah, I think that's it. Let's go for lunch.
2 minutes early to lunch. Have fun. Thank you.
Hey, 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 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. I mean, I can't really do that properly until they're all on their thing. So once I've got gain and everything set up, then I'll just. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 1, 1, 2. Four, four, make 4. Make 5, make 5. Make 6. Hey, hey.
Good afternoon. Welcome to, that is bright. Welcome to your favorite working group, RIPE NCC Services. My name is Rob Evans, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the group, along with Janos and Stefan, who are in the front here. And we shall be shepherding you through the next 90 minutes. So I've got a few announcements to make, first of all. Sorry, old age, need to put glasses on. There's no official social event tonight, so you can explore the city or join the board game spot that's happening at 6:30 in the outer room. The venue closed at 9 though, so that will have to finish promptly. The RIPE NCC general meeting will be held at 4 o'clock today. I'll mention that a little bit later on, but you need to have registered and picked up the sticker for your badge. I saw that Fergal's extended registration until, I believe, 4 o'clock today because of an issue with logging on to the GM website earlier. But if you're on site, you must have registered, and you must pick up your sticker for your badge to get into the general meeting. So, inspired by Sasha's talk on Monday, I thought I'd maybe try and hack a little bit of our agenda into something or other, maybe a trace route. I got it working a little bit. I think I might have left the marquee tag in. So this is the agenda for today. After I've finished wittering on, we'll have Hans Petter talking about the RIPE NCC strategy from 2027 to 2031. And Hans Petter will then go straight on to talking about the NCC's technical infrastructure. After that, we have Hisham talking about a phrase I never thought I'd be on stage talking about again, and that's enum. And then Gabo is going to talk a bit about multiple LIRs, PI, and legacy. Before we get started, I should, of course, acknowledge Mary, who's doing the demo today. Thank you very much. And we also have Anthony, I think, taking notes, and we'll be keeping an eye on the chat. We'll just ask, we have quite a lot of stuff to get through. I've already asked the speakers to make sure that they're aware of the time. There's a clock on the stage here, and we need to finish promptly so that the room can be cleared, ready for the general meeting that needs to start at 4 o'clock. So as well as the speakers doing their bit, I ask that if you're asking questions to the speakers, please, we can have a question already. Please make sure that you state your name and affiliation, and then ask your question concisely to allow an answer for others, and to allow others to ask their questions. There's always the mailing list, and speakers are likely to be around for one-on-one. And Athena, I was not expecting a question on the agenda.
Hello. Yes, hello everyone. Athena Praguli, Chief Legal Officer, RIPE NCC. Just a clarification, the GM indeed starts at 4. The registration remains open until 3 o'clock.
Oh, 3 o'clock, sorry. Sorry, it was 1 hour and a 2 hour extension. My apologies. Thanks for clarifying that, Athena. Right, in which case I shall get off the stage and I shall ask Hans Petter to take the stage. Thank you, Hans Petter.
So, thank you very much. It's been an exciting lunch because some of you have noticed the access.ripe.net has had some problems. I've been told they're fixed now, and we've extended the registration deadline before the meeting. All that has been announced, and in due course we will publish a report on what happened. But right now the issue has been mitigated, and engineers are busy doing root cause analysis. But the most important right now is to continue and run this meeting. So I'm here, and as Miriam said in the opening, in 1998, I was appointed chair of the LIR working group. That was later split into address policy, which I continued to chair, and then services working group, your favorite working group. And now I'm here as managing director of the RIPE NCC to present you the next 5-year strategy for the RIPE NCC. The first significant strategy document was produced 5 years ago, and before that there was some strategy work with the board, but this is really our second or third, maybe, strategic document that we are publishing now. So we published a draft before RIPE 91. We received good input, and we have discussed this internally and with the board. We have also gone one level down in the organization to look at service level objectives. That's not going to be part of the strategic document as such, but will form the basis for the activity plans for the coming year. So we will continue to work on that after the board approves the strategy in June, and then present more elaborately in the autumn meeting on how we see the next activity plans fitting into this strategy. And then feel free to give feedback on the mailing lists or directly to strategy@ripe.net after this meeting. Don't wait too long, because the board meeting is in a month's time, so we then have to write it up and then get the board to sign off on this. So, taking a step back from the RIPE NCC alone, thinking about, why are we here and what are we doing? The internet as such is built on some core underlying principles for the operation. One side is open standards. There was a BOF here on Monday with IETF and how we collaborate with that. And this ensures that devices can communicate seamlessly across networks with different underlying technologies worldwide to guarantee interoperability. I started my career before internet was in here, and it was really interesting to send email from Norway to University of York and backwards, because you basically had to know which machines to send it through. The internet have kind of taken away all that abstract on all levels. And then for this to work, we need to register global internet identifiers, names, numbers, and ports, and coordinate this openly without commercial control to guarantee global uniqueness. These numbers are there to make the network work, not to be property, right? They are a technical parameter in the protocols, which we together need to make sure are used in the appropriate way. So our enduring responsibilities as a regional internet registry, we support these core principles by guaranteeing uniqueness. You register something in our database, and we guarantee you that we will not register the same to somebody else. We provide responsible stewardship. We want to be a source of authoritative data, and we engage members, and we need to renew the community. When I was here in '98, I was one of the young guys. I'm not quite anymore. I had some gray hair back then, but I can't really hide it anymore. But it's really important that we, are here also in 25 years time, but then with a renewed community. So the RIPE NCC's responsibilities is supporting scalability, allocating, registering, promoting the adoption of IPv6, vastly expanding the available address space as demand grows. We need to strengthen the resilience by allocating and registering autonomous system numbers, so that each and one of you and your customers, to the extent they need, to be able to have their own routing policies, enabling redundancy through multi-homing, pairing, and robust interconnection. This resilience is further reinforced by operating KRoot, one of the 13 root server letters, one of the internet root's DNS services. So I usually say we don't do names, but that's not quite true. We do a tiny bit of names in the root server services. Enhance routing security by operating RPKI, and you'll hear more about that developments there in the routing working group, so that you can sign your routing announcement, the statements of which AS can announce your address space, and also know with ASPA signing which AS paths you allow to be used to reach you. Improve transparency and operations through measurements and data services that provides insight into internet performance. I had a meeting with another one of our members earlier this week, and they said that you have this data that describe the root cause of this incident in your measurements from Atlas, but it's kind of like the needle in the haystack. How can we find those, golden nuggets in these vast amounts of data that can tell us why something happened? I think that's one of the really interesting challenges in the measurements and turning data into insights going forward. Implement policies developed by the RIPE community. We don't decide how we allocate IP addresses and what we do. That's decided by community policy. And that's established by consensus. The working group address policy that will be tomorrow is open to everybody, not only members, and anybody can propose and take part in discussions for policy. And as you will see a couple of presentations later, there are a couple of elements in our policies that maybe, or not maybe, that clearly needs to be discussed to see if they maybe needs some changes there to be fit for purpose going forward. Maintain accurate and up-to-date registry data. You want the registry to be trustworthy, it needs to be up-to-date. And we need to engage with our members and the wider community to keep you informed and involved through transparent communication events and collaborative initiatives. That's sort of our responsibilities in a page. So what's our focus areas going to be? Next 5 years, registry accuracy. We've started on that journey and it's going to be increasingly important. Internet resilience, scalability, and routing security. That's also an area that we worked on, and it's going to be continuing to be important. Data and insights, we're elevating that from a sub-goal, so to speak, in our previous strategy to one of the top areas here. Community, partnership, and trust, really important to us. We need governance of the RIPE NCC. We're a membership organization. I'm hired by an executive board that's elected by the members. There is a general meeting later today, and there are 3 board members that are up for election. So you can use your voting power to decide who is going to oversee me and the organization. And agility and execution culture. It's really important that we, execute and deliver in a more agile way than we have been doing, I think it's a great place to work and we're doing great stuff. I think we can do it even better, right? And I think that's something that we need to focus on going forward. So key areas here. You may have heard us talk about already that we need to have a serious look at our IT infrastructure, and that's going to be my next talk, so I'm not going to dive too much into that. Guarantee the uniqueness and integrity of internet number resources. That's important. Promote the adoption of technologies such as IPv6. And then the big question for me here is that what can we do to do that? Because it's really all of you that needs to help doing that, not only for yourself. That's not the difficult thing. It's for your customers and for peers and so on. Continue to support an open and collaborative community. Provide information that helps network operators, policymakers, and the broader internet community to understand how the internet is evolving. Strengthen relationship with government, standardization bodies, and competent authorities across our service region. We had some very interesting presentations on what's going on in this space in the cooperation working group just before lunch, and it's quite clear that governments need expert input to make sure that the legislations that they're shaping is not causing damage. I think the first speaker said that the hammer is a brilliant tool if you use it right and hit the nails, but if you don't use it right, you'll hit your fingers, and that really hurts. And then, yes, we've heard focus on cost efficiency and prioritization. So that's also going to be a theme going forward. So how do we translate this into actions? For each of these areas, we have identified several service delivery strategies on registry and member services, technical resilience and security, internet measurement services, research and insights, community engagement and coordinations, capacity building and learning, and public policy and external relations. So we have 3 programs within the community partnership and trust. In RIPE NCC governance, to have a good governance and membership models. And for agility and execution culture, we have initiatives for service experience and integration, communications and marketing, and people and internal governance. So that's kind of going to be the main themes in the strategic documents. And then if you want to dive more into this, and this is just to give you a very high level of some of this, for the registry and member services, for instance, safeguard trust through accuracy, neutrality and consistency, focus on service quality and customer experience, increase automation and operational resilience. This is where we constantly need to look at all our procedures, not only in the registry, but specifically here, to see can we do things smarter than we've done in the past, and then strengthening external confidence and understanding. I will not spend much time on technical resilience and security because that's my next talk. Public policy and external relations. Hisham presented in the cooperation working group what we've been doing there, and the themes are still going to be protect the neutrality and legitimacy of the RIPE NCC, standardize external engagement, improve mutual understanding and expectations, increase organizational readiness and resilience, and strengthen coordination with the Internet governance system. Then for Internet measurement services, we have similar goals for community and engagement and coordination. We have similar goals to be a super connector that enables communities. We're not only building the RIPE community, as you see here, but we also build regional community, and we support NOGs to build local communities also in countries. And you can also look at the roundtables that we do with governments as a way of building community of governments and regulators. Also, some governments don't like to be called communities, they want to be called governments because they're special. Oh yes, and I almost forgot here. Events, organizing cost-efficient and valued events. I mean, events like this are great. I think we're having record high, at least in my short-term memory, participation at this event, which also stretches the budget, right? The more people that come, the more it costs. Now you can say the more people pay as well, but these week meetings are cheap compared to industry conferences. So, it's going to be a balance between, do we want to have meetings like this in prime cities like Edinburgh, or do we want to go to areas that are more affordable? And so far we're trying to do a balance, but then, how much money do we have available for this? And with the increasing prices in the hotels and venues and so on, this is not an easy task going forward. Advancing the internet. Well, the internet is not a stable thing. There are new technologies emerging, and we need to monitor that and support adoption of these for the scalability, security, and resilience of the internet. Capacity building and learning, high quality, scalability, and relevant. We basically want to enable you and those of you who are not here to do better in your jobs, whether it's being an LIR, operating your registry, deploying IPv6, deploying routing security, and so on. Good governance, strengthen the RIPE NCC governance. I will say that we have the best RIR governance in the world. Well, of course, my 4 other RIRs will disagree on that, but we can at least say that we have a good governance system. It needs to evolve and improve going forward. But it's really important to base this on an inclusive membership model. We're here for the members, and it should be a member-driven organization. Which means that we need to continue to enhance the membership participation so that remains meaningful. And part of the challenge also is to support long-term planning just as well as we manage to deliver on the next week and next quarter. Service experience and integration. We need to develop a connected service infrastructure, improve the user experience, and enable high-quality service delivery and strengthen organizational alignment. Communication and marketing, and then people and internal governance. And rather than spending too much time on that, I want to save the last 4.5 minutes for questions. And I see Rob is running up to moderate the queues.
Thank you very much. Thank you for considering the time. So, questions on the proposed RIPE NCC strategy. So, I'm guessing the next step, as you're saying, is that this goes to the board for approval next month, and then it's final.
Yes. And it's always an interesting discussion of why a 5-year strategy, that's such a long term. But we make annual plans, we make quarterly priorities. So having something that actually gives us a vision on where do we want to be in 5 years, I think that's really important. Now, if something dramatic happens, then of course we can change it. But if you look at the strategy now, with last time, it's not radically different. It's improving, it's focusing in some areas, but most of what we're doing is still the same. Now I've been able to get one person to the microphone.
Brian Nisbet, CIRA, which sounds weird to say, formerly HENIT. So thank you for the strategy. I have two questions. One, is there an inbuilt review point in that 5 years? And two, will there be any specific KPIs or more measurable goals that come out of the various projects and focus points that will be published?
Yeah, so the whole idea is that all of those objectives listed in the service level strategies, we have KPIs for those. But I haven't published them here, but we will make sure that they get in, in the annual plans and in the annual report. So that's the whole idea. Most of this we have already, so that we know that we can actually measure this. So that's been part of the last couple of months, is to say that, oh, let's not invent too much new measurements here. Let's use what we have. As for reviewing, to some extent we review it every year when we make the planning to see, is this still relevant, and which pieces do we focus on for the next year. We could, in theory, do a sort of halfway through review, but in 4 years' time we have to start the next one as well. So that's also part of the thing here. So yeah.
Anybody else? No? I shall say thank you very much, Hans Petter, and welcome Hans Petter to the stage.
Okay, so next topic is, for those of you who know me, I didn't used to wear a tie at Ripe Meeting. I was working as a network manager or technical manager, operational manager, or before that actually doing the stuff on the routers. So technology is close to my heart. One of the things that is kind of a bit painful to be on stage is to say that when it came to cloud, we were maybe wrong, right? We presented the I said maybe. Before I started in 2019, there was a Cloud First initiative that was started in the Ripe NCC, and we published a cloud strategy and a service criticality framework in 2021. And I think that work was really good, because the service criticality frameworks makes us, gives us a tool, a method to better prioritize the services and see where we need to go and where we need to focus. What has changed? When I was interviewed for this job, I was asked, what's the biggest challenge going to be? And I said, the geopolitical situation. And little did I know that 3 months later, I would sit in a meeting in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs discussing sanctions. And 6 years later, we have full-scale invasion in Ukraine going on for years. We now have a war in Iran, the war in Lebanon, the war in Palestine, and there are, I shouldn't really mention them by name because I'm missing half of them that's been going on, and we've just forgotten about them, right? And it feels, when I talk to my colleagues in other service regions, that we kind of got all the trouble in our region now. It's not quite that, but yeah, it's not really looking good around us. This affects us. So that means that the Ripe NCC is not any company with 180 employees and a 40 million revenue that can just have, a force majeure clause in our contracts and say that, in this case, it's kind of the government's responsibility to protect the country against war, and commercial contracts have no point anymore. We altogether operate the internet, and the society today depends on the internet. So the security requirements on us collectively if you're running a network. We saw a talk from in the cooperation working group regarding the policies, the regulations on network operators in Ukraine. That's really put more and more requirements on both the technical but also on the human part of operating a network. And taking that into account, I'm looking at the geopolitical risks. Who are our allies today? That's also shifting, and that's who would have thought 10 years ago? So we've also seen the last year emerging vulnerabilities arising from our current data center setup. Increasing cloud tariffs, creating uncertainty about long-term cost. And yes, I know you told us. So, and to some extent, I knew that, because the reason to move to cloud isn't to reduce the cost. It's to get flexibility. It's to reduce the time to deployment when you develop software services, right? You get a platform as a service, you get scalability, you get redundancy across service regions and so on. That's all built in, and the bet is that the cloud vendor can do this better than you. And that would have been great, but we're kind of basic infrastructure, and even the cloud vendors rely on our services. So we would have a chicken and egg if we put everything in one or more of the cloud services. We also, as following this, we need to minimize our dependence on external parties. No, we can't do everything ourselves. We will not have our own power plants, and we will not build our own data centers, and we will not build our own networks. So we need to depend on other vendors. And our strategy, as I just talked about, emphasizes a modern, scalable infrastructure that's highly resilient and secure. So therefore, as requested by you, by members, a much greater emphasis on running core services on our own technical infrastructure moving forward. So last year, we presented challenges we have with the measurement services. And it's not really, part of the critical part of our infrastructure, but I put in a link here if you want to go back and review the whole presentation. But really, what we saw was that the backend, based on Hadoop technology, had, come of significant age and needed renewal. And one of the drivers to do this was also then to save cost through reducing the data center footprint. And I'm happy to say that the work that we did in 2024, although it was a bit delayed, so we didn't see the effect until end of Q1 2025, that's now been completed. So we have reduced the footprint from the left picture to the middle one, and we're almost there with the right step in order to reduce it further. In the middle of this, we've also changed one of the data center providers, because when the RIPE NCC many years ago decided on 2 data centers in Amsterdam, they selected independent vendors. Now through acquisitions, they were now owned by the same company, so we've now moved one of the data centers significantly out of Amsterdam and above sea level, which is also a thing in the Netherlands. The question then when Felipe presented this last year was, but how much will you save on that? And that's always difficult to predict upfront. So we've taken some of the high-level cost lines in the annual reports here and analyzed the trends here. And you can see the bottom blue one here, that's the IT housing, that's the data center costs. And the increase that you're seeing there from 20 to 24, that's increased power cost. It's not that we've increased the footprint, but electricity got more expensive, so we had to pay more for that. The top orange one, that's the platform as a service. You can guess AWS. You can probably find that on our trust portal. It's no big surprise. And in 2020, that was in early stages internally. And then you can see it grew the usage in 2021 and 2022. And we have worked on getting cost control over that in 23, 24, and 25. So while the cost in 24, 25 is a bit higher, that's because part of the data was migrated from Hadoop into long-term storage in AWS, which is more cost efficient. And then, of course, you can see here in 25 that we cut the data center cost significantly. But then the dark blue line, that's leasing infrastructure as a service, leasing servers from a European cloud provider, to the extent that you can call infrastructure as a service cloud, but it's not in our own data center in Amsterdam, it's outsourced so that we have much more agility in that. So it's not quite saving 500,000 by spending 50K, because there are some other costs there as well, but it's a significant spend on that. And then there will be more savings in 26 and 27, because we won't have the full effect of the data center reduction in 26. But this is kind of optimizing the back end of the measurement services. Right? Activity plan and budget 2026. I put in the text that in order to deliver on what we're going to do, we need to remain in full control of the information and services we provide on behalf of our members. That doesn't exclude us from using companies to do that, but we need to do this with trustworthy and independent partners to avoid single points of failure for critical services and be resilient beyond national borders. So we can't keep everything in the Netherlands and rely only on the Dutch providers. We need to have something outside the Netherlands. Maybe we even need to have something outside the EU, but I think that will be phase 2 or 3 here. And it also means that we can't rely on the US hyperscalers, because they're all US and they all are serving at the mercy of one government. So we need resilience there also. It doesn't necessarily prevent us from using them all together, but we need to be very mindful that in the unthinkable event that there would be a presidential order preventing the US to provide services to a Dutch organization, we are able to continue to operate, right? It's a scenario that didn't exist in any risk register 10 years ago. Right? So that means that we've already started to reassess our current architecture and develop our next, kind of ahead of the strategy, and started to look into this. So from the strategy, we had service level objectives on the technical resilience and security. Resilience, really important. Independence, security, maintainability, and modernization. And all of these are, important. But the thing with building and operating an IT infrastructure is that the plan you make now to replace hardware and upgrade, in 5 years you have to do that again, because that's the end of life of equipment. And yeah, some equipment may last 7 years or 10 years, but not much beyond that. And then also, we had some incidents last year, and not everybody was that happy that I would put this up here, but if you look at status.net, all of you would see this. And we had 2 significant incidents in July and November, and they were both linked to the fact that we moved the data centers further away, and we had challenges with the optical layer in the network that affected performance in the storage system, and there you go. So it's like when you look at root cause here, yeah, it's a chain of events. It's a lot of different things, a lot of things that could have prevented this. It's not just one thing. So this led me to think that we need to have data centers that operate completely independent. We've moved things to the AWS. That still depends on what's in the data center. So if the data center completely disappears, does the thing that we moved to the cloud continue to work, right? If one of the data centers goes offline, will the other one carry the full line, right? So that's one of the main design criteria from the business side, from me, is that we need to have fully independent installations for our core services. So we cannot really return to the way things were. The stakeholder expectations around security, stability, and resilience have increased significantly since we started the cloud project. No, many people moved to the cloud because the bet is, and this was in my last job, our bet when we moved to the cloud in the company I used to work for was that they're so much bigger than us. So their security department is so much bigger than mine, so they will have a much better chance of actually withstand any problems. So that was kind of the bet. Now, of course, the consequence of that provider going down is much bigger, but then on the other hand, that means that they have much more skin in the game than I would have. So it's kind of a bet anyway. And I remember that with my own tech team, when we were growing, over 5 years, they think that, okay, we're learning things. We're getting better at fixing incidents. We're getting better at reducing the likelihood of something happening. But since the business was growing faster, the consequence of incidents got much higher. So the risk actually increased. They felt that it decreased over time because they got better. But in reality, the risk increased. Right? And that's part of the thing that we now need to look at. How can we do better than the major cloud providers? Because that's really what we need to do. EU legislation, and we've had a lot of discussions on does NIS2 apply to us, and does EI and the EID and so on. Doesn't really matter. We need to be on at least that level, right? Of course, it matters. We need to follow the laws and regulations. That's not what I'm saying, but really the subtle discussions on which services here and there, whatever. So this is why we've invested a lot in security compliance and now soon have an ISO certification. And then also there is governance documents coming from the community or from the multi-stakeholder space, the RIR governance document that will replace ICP2, that will also put requirements on us, such as having an emergency operator. So if the RIPE NCC governance totally failed, think bankrupt or the Netherlands completely off the map or something, there needs to be a plan for how to continue the services. And if you wonder why we think about that, think about Afrinic. So what are we going to do here? We need now to actually touch most of the layers. And my thinking here is that rather than trying to... my screen went dark, that's interesting. Rather than trying to fix something on this layer and that layer, build something on the side and then migrate the services over to the side. So that may be more expensive as a one-off now, but in the long term, I'm quite confident that that gives us a better solution. So if somebody can fix the picture on the screen in front of me, that would be brilliant. But then, what will this cost? That's the 5 million question, so to speak. Not that we know that this will cost us 5 million, but if you look at the budget and the spendings over the last 15 years or so, the budget was closer to 2 million than 1 million, but you can also see that the RIPE NCC spent way less than the budget consistently. And then you come into the period after the Cloud First initiative, and we really have underinvested, you can say, in those years. But that's because we were thinking of moving things to the cloud, right? So it's a quite logical things to do. But in order to then get into what I believe is a necessary infrastructure going forward, we need to do investment this year, and this is something I will discuss with the board in June, when we will have more firm plans on the desired architecture and a first proposal on what this will cost, because this project is something we've already started on designing this. So yeah, quick recap. Infrastructure has evolved over a long time. Lot of technical debt. We need to rethink this, and we need to get in external expertise in order to execute this project quicker than we can do only with our own resources. Now, we want to be in a position to operate it ourselves afterwards, but actually designing and building is something that we can buy help to do quicker. Right? Yeah, and one of the things here that you may be shocked with the size of the investment here, all of you that's tried to buy computers or network equipment recently knows that the price is going through the roof because RAM prices and SSD prices really also go through the roof. How we will finance this? Luckily, the RIPE NCC has significant reserves, so financing the cash out for such a project is easy. We do not have to go to the bank to loan. We do not have to do leasing or anything like that. We can basically, the board can approve spending from the clearinghouse. And then how do we pay it back? Well, increasing membership fees, that's not the most popular thing to do. And we can be more efficient internally. And I think we need to do a bit of all three things here. And this is also where I think an updated charging scheme is really important, because this means that in the category model that will be voted on today, the burden for the smaller players will be significantly lowered by the bigger players that have the means, have the possibility to contribute more. Next steps, project running from 26 to 28. We'll share more details once we have decided the path forward with the executive board. I'll share a blog post based on my speech here after this meeting, and share it on Services Working Group. And please share your thoughts on this there. And yeah, the board meeting is in a month's time. And with that, questions.
Just a great presentation. I'm very happy that you have accepted that the cloud strategy might not have been the best move, and that you're going back on that, so great job. I would also just, you answered one of my questions, which was, have you considered having another data center outside of the Netherlands? I think that's a great idea. And then I would be careful when it comes to, having an external party design your infrastructure, because from experience, sometimes when you get external parties to do that, they don't design it for maintainability. So it looks great at the start, and then you want to do an upgrade, and it's awful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that advice. And I can assure you that all our engineers from all of our teams have been involved in this work. So while we have external help here as well, because we're not in the business of designing new architecture, right? We're in business to operating and maintaining, and to some extent developing. So we need help on that. But good point there. And yeah, and number of data centers, yeah, I've said 3. Ideally, I would like 5 or more, because once you do 1 and 3, you tend to restrict yourself into manual things and so on. It really should be distributed in a much bigger way, I think. But the cost of doing 5+, I'm not sure. That's not in the books right now.
Hi, Tina Morris, AWS. I just wanted to say, for one thing, I don't mind what strategy you go with at all. That's not why I'm up here. But I did want to make some clarifications. I know AWS is based in the US. However, we have a European sovereign cloud now. In fact, we just opened a new RIPE org, and all the IPs, everything used for that is hosted in RIPE. We've gone through great pains to make that happen. Another thing, you mentioned the dependency on the cloud is dependent on your data center. That means it's poorly designed. And I see Randy Gainham. I don't want to get into a cloud. Hold on. This isn't what that's about. I just wanted to say that. But I did want to say the cloud could still be there for some of your off storage. And there are discount programs that we were working on. The layoffs in January kind of put us off on that. But for external cloud storage, whether it's AWS, Google, whoever, I don't care. Still consider that better, especially if you can get nonprofit, basically free storage. Please use it. My last comment was, you have a CTO position listed, which I didn't hear you talk about. But I'm really, really excited about your hiring process there. Please hire somebody with really innovative thinking to really go back and go through the guts of your organization, look for manual processes, look for old Excel spreadsheets, look for anything and everything that we could do to make this better and more resilient. Use cloud, don't use cloud, I don't care. I just wanted to let you know it's not completely dependent on the US at this stage.
Yeah, and thanks very much for that. And one of the not so recent legal analysis we did, and that was not AWS, but a different SaaS provider, was that, you cannot use this service to deliver services to, and here comes a list of countries in my service region, like Iran, Syria, and so on. So those things are difficult. We have banks that don't want us to deal with members in those. So You know, the further away we can come from any obstacles like that, the better. But you're right, we will not get rid of all cloud services. And I haven't talked about software as a service. We have several services that we're buying as software as a service. We will look at them when it's time to evaluate them, but it will not be an avalanche of moving everything in-house. But bringing the basic services, RIPE database, RPKI, LIR portal registry, sort of from the skies to the rocks, or something like that, is kind of the primary goal here.
Randy Bush, RGNet, IIJ, Argus, etc. As you can tell by my accent, I'm currently living in an untrustworthy state. Tina, you may be unaware that in that untrustworthy state, we have law, I believe it's the Cloud Services Act, which specifically says that no matter where the cloud service is operating, the U.S. government can do whatever the hell it wants.
And I think without singling out a single government here, that's the thing, right? Governments can do whatever they want. And that's a reality that we need to take into account. And that's also part of, if you think about why would I save 5+ data centers? Well, it's getting increasingly complicated to have data for members outside the EU in EU, just as it's complicated to move data from EU and outside, right? So if we look into that, you may also think that we may need radical re-architecture of our software, and then I know that all my software development team screams at me afterwards because that's completely unthinkable. But I think we need to start to think about that. So thank you, Tina, for the insight here, and especially on what kind of CTO I need to hire. You're quite right. There is a CTO position open, and application deadline is at the end of the month. We have a lot of interest in that position, I will say. So I'm really excited to go through that.
Thank you very much, Hans Peter. Thank you. And now, Hisham, and your plans to resurrect the Enum work group.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Hisham Ibrahim, and Rob started by saying he did not expect an Enum presentation at this point, and I never expected to be making an Enum presentation, but here we are. Let's see how this goes. This presentation covers the 2026 operational review that the RIPE NCC conducted on one of the registry services that it runs, which is Enum. We're very well known for distributing internet number resources, the IP addresses, ASNs and stuff, but some of you may or may not know that we also run a registry called Enum under E164.ARPA, which I'm gonna talk about a little bit. Now, the purpose of this presentation here is not to resurrect any working group or anything like that. The purpose here is just to share the findings that the RIPE NCC has found as part of that operational review, present the actions that the RIPE NCC has taken, clarify why, the logic behind that, but also solicit feedback from the community. And we have had some so far, but also I'm more than happy to get comments, feedback, and critiques on how we've approached this. Now, a little bit of an intro to what public enum under E164.ARPA is. So public enum maps numbers from E164, which is the country codes that we use, the +44s, the +31s, the +971s and such, the international numbering plan onto the public DNS tree under E164.ARPA. It was meant to and designed to be a global interoperability mechanism. RFC 3245 talks about this in more detail, also explaining the different roles and identifying E164.ARPA as the single public tree for enum lookups. Now, to clarify, because this is also a question that was mentioned on one of the mailing lists, we are in this review, we only looked at public enum under E164.ARPA, so this does not cover any federated carrier infrastructure enum that could be privately used, which we would not have any visibility into. Now, roles and responsibilities, and this is a bit important here, the next couple of slides, because part of the criticism that we've heard from some people that we've been speaking to was about who did we approach and how did we approach them, right? And I think clarifying the roles here might help a little bit explain the logic that we had here. So looking at the roles as they are defined, there's two sides to this. So Enum sits between the two worlds, the public telephony world and the internet world, right? From the telephony side of things, E164 is the international public telecom numbering plan, as I mentioned, the +44s of the world. So there is, the role there is to the ITU-T and the TSB there, the Telecom Standardization Bureau within the ITU, to coordinate that Enum process. Member states, administrators, national authorities are involved in this because, well, the numbering side of this, obviously, right? And that's the telephony side of this. Now, when you look at the internet side of this, well, the usual suspects that we would know, right? So the IETF developed the protocol, the IEB set the instructions of how to operate this, IANA administers the .ARPA infrastructure, RIPE NCC was tasked to operate the zone, and the delegation holders, the DNS operators, would be operating the delegated zones themselves. Now, in the instructions that we were given by the IEB, which I must say are very well thought out, very detailed instructions that covered all the scenarios that could have happened. In the 2019 instructions that we have, it made it very clear that the RIPE NCC can assess the delegations, so see if they're working, if they're not, if there's brokenness, if not, the state of them, operate the E164.ARPA zone, maintain the registry, contact contact the list of delegated contacts. However, because the delegations are based on the E164 country codes, any changes to the registry needed to be coordinated and approved by the relevant E164 country code holders via the ITU and the TSB. That's part of the instructions that we were given. There's an article that I put out last week that goes into a lot more detail with a lot more links if anybody is interested in reading up on that, but I do know that there are people in the room here that were actually part of this and can lecture me on this better than I can actually explain it. Operating, so the operational review and what we found. So the RIPE NCC was looking at this for a bunch of different reasons. You've heard Hans-Peter go ahead of me talking about accuracy of the registry that we're doing and all the steps that we're taking in doing that, all the compliance measures that we're looking into, all the services that we're running and trying to make sure that it's there. When it came to Enum, Enum was just one of these things, which you're going to see in the next couple of slides, that unfortunately we were seeing the quality of the data in there deprecating over time. And it's something that we have been trying to raise and flag, which I'm going to cover in a second. But we didn't really have a straightforward way of actually doing that because of the different roles and responsibilities and how it was distributed and documented at the time. So the review here was never meant to preempt any outcome or make any decision. It was mainly as part of the instructions, which we were given by the IEB, to conduct periodical reviews and check the health of this, and then report back to the TSB if we find any brokenness, right? Again, part of the instructions. So here's some of the findings that we have had. So my colleagues from the registry, Marco and Mike, they dug up we have them published on the website. We have 50 approved Enum zones that were delegated. 2 of them were immediately abandoned and never created. 2 of them were later deleted from the database, which leaves us today with 46 current delegated zones in the RIPE database. Now, out of those 46, 32 of them have no observed DNS issues, but half of them have some kind of DNS problem, right? Now, that already shrinks down the numbers to that. Now, as part of our review, as part of the process, as it's been documented, my colleagues in the registry would notify the TSB, indicating that, and then there is a process there that I'm going to be talking about again in a second or two. But then we ask other colleagues, so on the DNS side of things, we ask them to look into, is there the amount of queries and traffic that we're seeing towards these different delegations. And as you can see, I won't go into the numbers for the sake of time so that we can get more questions, but as you can see from the different vantage points that we were looking at, the amount of queries were quite minimum. Now, that doesn't mean that there is no use of, there is no purpose of having them. That doesn't mean that they're not maintained. However, from our vantage point, we weren't seeing much traffic going towards this. And a lot of the traffic that you're seeing here, even though it's marginal, a lot of it was our stuff pinging it to make sure that it's still working and alive. So DNS1 checking it, we were seeing some junk queries that are not necessarily related to enum there. Database queries, so my colleague Ed looked at this, and from the beginning of the year to the 28th of April, we were seeing like an average of 34 queries in the database per day to this. Again, suggests low visibility and low demand, but it doesn't say that there is nothing, right? And in several cases, we knew that there were broken delegations. We tried to reach out to the contacts. A lot of the contacts ended up bouncing back. We started calling members. The phones were disconnected. And as part of the process and the review, if I remember the numbers correctly, I think when we sent out to all the contacts that we had, at least 20+% of them bounced back immediately, and the others, some of them indicated that they have no active use for this, and others were still waiting on responses from. Now, again, this is what the evidence suggests here. The picture is not even. The question is not as simple as, is a public enum dead or alive, right? Again, what we were looking for was which delegations are still maintained, who's accountable for them, what level of support are we seeing. In recent years, the tickets that my colleagues were getting from the TSB were mostly about hijacks or delegations that had issues or deletions, rather than actually creating a new delegation. I believe the last one was for Ukraine in 2020. That was the last one that was created. A couple were filed but never followed up for. Engaging with the ITU and study group 2 on this. So as I was saying, the IEB had instructions of how we need to deal with this. And the instructions, as I said, were very well written and covered all the different aspects. The issue that we had wasn't on the IEB side of the instructions. The issue that we face is after we reached out to the TSB, and the TSB would reach out to the member state. If they didn't hear back, there was no procedure for them to move from there moving forward, which is something that they had to fix on their side, not on the IEB or the IETS. So it wasn't a protocol issue, it wasn't an instruction issue, it was a procedural bit within the ITU. Now, we reached out to study group 2 earlier this year, and I do need to acknowledge something that, again, having discussed with a few community members, which I appreciate their feedback and their thoughts, we do acknowledge that maybe some of the wording could have been a lot more precise of the submission that we've put forward. When we talked about, but the idea there was always to solicit guidance and solicit feedback on how the member states saw this service that was run based on the numbers, rather than us necessarily, like I said, jumping to any conclusions here. And then since then, what happened was the TSB actually circulated revised interim procedures that helped fix the issue that we have. So they set a timer for if they reach out to a member state and the member state does not reply back within a period of time, that then the NCC can proceed to removing that delegation. Right now, again, this is still an interim procedure. This will take effect in after study group 2 meeting in September, but this fixes the issue that we had, which, like I said, was a procedural bit on the ITU side, not on the IEB side of things. But then talking about the IEB, again, like I said, this lives between the both worlds, so both parties needed to be notified about all the actions that we were taking, which we actually ended up doing. So the RIPE NCC has engaged with the IEB earlier this year on this topic. We've had some formal and informal chats about this, but also when at the last IATF in China, we also met up and discussed. I believe that they had a meeting where this was discussed, and it was minuted in one of their meetings about them waiting on feedback from the community for more input to see how this looks for next steps. Operational input matters here. So as you can see, the picture is uneven. Measurements alone don't really give you the indication of what is really happening there. We only have our vantage points to look. So actually hearing back, which was one of the main reasons why we reached out, was actually hearing back if the rightful holders still see active purpose for them to continue to do this. Are they still maintaining it? Are they still running this? This was a big part of the process for us. And at least we got one comment publicly. We got some internally, but at least the public one that I'm mentioning here on the slide. If any of you are subscribed to the cooperation mailing list, you'd have seen Internet Society Netherlands replied back confirming that their delegation is operationally maintained. They have DNSSEC in place, and the current contacts are in place there. We've had more than one country reply to us saying something like this. Like I said, there's others that indicated that they don't have any active use for this, and there are a few that we found that were misused or hijacked. Some of them acknowledged, some of them were surprised to hear that from us. Anyways, closing message to allow for more time, as I promised Rob at the beginning, that the idea here is some people said you should have let laying dogs lay. You should not have touched this. This is highly sensitive. Just let it be, and that's fine. We run the registry, and we run this registry at the specs that you expect us to run the registry by, right? Having seen the numbers here, this does not meet our standards. I'm pretty sure it doesn't meet the community standards, right? This is about stewardship. It's not about just kind of leaving something running because nobody has complained about it. We should not continue this by inertia, and we should not assume that any changes should happen. We should be talking about this and addressing this with the people that are actually using this or know the history better than us or actually can help guide us on this to see how we can actually get some things changed. And like I said, part of the positive outcome of this is that interim procedures that the ITU TSB has put out that helps us make sure that we can maintain a more accurate registry moving forward. Next steps, we will have the discussion with the community here, so I'm just kind of leave it at this. Are there operational facts, contacts, risks, or anything that we should be aware of? I'm going to stop talking at this point, allowing for people to go to the mic. Thank you very much.
Just before we go to the mic, a question came in on literally whilst you were talking. From Maximilian Enig, wasn't there an incident where a private individual hijacked an entire country zone via an expired domain?
I would say there's a few incidents, not just one. Like I said, some of them that we saw and the countries confirmed that they know that that happened. Some of them they were surprised to hear, but yes, it has happened in more than one occasion.
Sin Frösum, Eisenord. I feel like in a way I partially kicked this off by asking about RDAP support for E164.ARPA back in July of last year. This was not quite the outcome I expected, but I agree that there needs to be things done in order to improve the situation, such as having RDAP support to make it on the same level as everything else. I also think that it's great to have processes to clear up broken delegations when you don't have the member states responding. But I think there's a difference in a way but in the discussion of like we should clear up delegations that are broken and get hijacked, and should we really keep this thing at all, even for the countries that seemingly do think they have a reason to keep it and have like proper delegations with contact details. My phone number, I have a delegation for under the Swedish country code. So clearly there are a number of countries that still maintain their systems or their delegations. And I don't think we should intermingle the overall system too much with these broken delegations or other such smaller issues in a way. Thank you.
Yep. And to your point about RDAP, while it was maybe the last straw that kind of broke the camel's back, as they say, but it was really about the operations of the registry and the fact that in the last review that we did 2020, I believe, my colleague Marco Hovvoning, that was working at the RIPE NCC at the time, had informed the TSB about all these issues. And for the past 5 years, unfortunately, there was no solution for this. And we were seeing the deprecation of the quality of the data going down year on year. So that's kind of the situation. And the IEB instructions do talk about a periodical review, which, well, we felt 5 years later was just due.
In the interest of time, I am going to close the mics now because we're going to go, I think it's Sergey, Jim, Marco is online, then Tobias, Warren, Peter. So, Sergey.
Hi, Sergey Masayilov, Netar Group. Following up the idea said by Cynthia, we can make the service a little bit more valuable. So we already have the procedures of verification, the registry data for the IP addresses, well, IP resources. Shall we cover also the contact verification and the DNS status verification for the ENAM registry and ENAM zones?
The process is different. We need to get instructions from the IAB that would cover something like this, like that. We cannot unilaterally decide this ourselves.
Okay, what could you refer to some documents?
Yes, sure. In the article that is linked here, all the links are hyperlinked in that document. But I'm happy to point to you as well.
Sergey, come and talk to me afterwards.
Cool. Thanks.
Jim, unaffiliated, Enam Old Fart. I've got an awful lot to say about this, Hisham, so thank you for your report.
Yep.
But there are a whole bunch of things here which I'm sorry to say the NCC has got very, very wrong. I think one of the most telling things from your presentation is you're having a discussion about this report on the status of what's happening with the Enam registry in the RIPE NCC. But you submitted a contribution to Study Group 2 of ITUT before having that discussion here. That simply should not have happened. It's wrong to have done this beforehand. And the contribution that was submitted to Study Group 2 does not have any kind of community mandate or support. And that again is wrong. And saying this is just a question of wording, no, it's far more serious than that. And some of the things that are in the wording of that document are fundamentally problematical, because amongst other things that say in that document is, the subtext of it is, the NCC can't run this registry anymore. ITU, can you please help? That's not a good look, especially when you present a document like that in an ITUT setting. Now, if you had concerns around things like the contact information for the Tier 1 holders, that could have been done with a private letter to the TSB, the Secretariat, not something that goes into the Study Group 2 meeting, which creates a whole new world of problem space. And the worry I've got just now is with those documents, there's also another one, which is the circular that came out as a result of the Study Group 2 meeting, is that those documents say things which are fundamentally incorrect. And they will be exploited, particularly in other venues, by countries that are hostile to the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. They're going to say things, look at those stupid internet people. They can't run this stuff properly. Bring this back to the ITU because you know the ITU, we do this stuff, you can trust us. Those arguments are definitely going to happen, and you've made that a possibility for them. You've opened the door to that, not you personally, but others in the NCC have done that. And I think that's extremely damaging. I'm very, very annoyed and upset about this, and I'm alarmed about the consequences of it. These documents are going to sit there and live forever, and they will be exploited, and they will be dragged up at things like WSIS and IGF and all sorts of other fora, and they will be using the excuse to beat people overhead, saying it's the multi-stakeholder model. The multi-stakeholder model of internet governance doesn't work anymore, and that's a very, very damaging thing to have those kind of arguments being made. It's also very significant that there was no communication with the IAB before that submission was submitted to the ITU. And you said yourself that you had a discussion with some of the IAB at the IETF meeting in Shenzhen. That took place after the Study Group 2 meeting. That was after the event. And when I spoke to several of the IB members, in fact, there's one of them right behind me here, is that the first they got to hear about this is when I told them this circular is going to come your way. You need to start thinking about a response for it. So I'm very, very unhappy about this, and I think we have to figure out a new way forward.
Yeah.
Another thing I want to say just before I close off is that it's perfectly reasonable to say, well, let's shut down the ENAM register, or maybe the NCC should get out of that business and hand it over to somebody else. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to have a conversation about. But we've not had that conversation. And if we have a community consensus on that, then and only then is the time to start talking to the ITU and also to the IB about what the next steps would be. And I'm very, 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 very disappointed that never happened.
Yeah. No, thanks you for your comments and your critiques, and also the fact that you raised this to us even before the meeting. Not to address all of these points because we don't have a lot of time for that, but I do look forward to working with you and with other member states that we have reached out to and have been discussing with to see the best way forward on this. And again, there seems to be always this going back to the NCC wants to close running this service. That's not something the NCC has stated at any point in time. It was part of the questions that were asked, if this is still something relevant, or did they see that not, but the NCC never indicated that it wanted to close it.
With respect to Sharon, that's a little bit misleading. The contribution that went into Study Group 2 said, we are thinking about closing it down. What do you think?
Fair enough.
Can we grant the microphone to Marco?
Marco.
Marco, can you hear us?
Yes, I think I'm on now. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. From the Netherlands, my name is Mark Hoogwoning, and apologies for the length of my intervention. My name is Mark Hoogwoning. I work for the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate in the Netherlands, where I currently serve as the ITU focal point. And if you think, hey, he looks familiar or sounds familiar, I'm also the representative for the Netherlands in ICANN's Governmental Advisory Committee, and currently serve as one of his vice chairs. Just to remove any doubt, I'm speaking here strictly in my capacity representing the Netherlands as the holder of the +31 country code and the associated E1364 domain name, which, as you mentioned, is currently operated by our national ISOC chapter. And as you mentioned, yes, full disclosure, I have dabbled with the instruction sets somewhere between 2017 and 2019. Spent an awful lot of time with the IAB and other stakeholders, and I dare to claim that a significant portion of the current text came from my pen, as I mentioned in chat. So yes, feel free to blame me. I'm safely tucked away here in the Netherlands at the moment. I'll come to answering your question, but also have a few questions of my own. And I'm not going to challenge your observations that the registry is in a very poor state. That was actually why we started the exercise in 2017 and added some additional clauses to remove. I think, as you explained, sort of the intended effect would be like if we notice brokenness, if you fail to fix it or are unresponsive, we consider it a removal request and act subsequently. Now Jim already touched upon some points. I'm not going to go into details, but I'm still trying to understand if that process has actually been fully tried, including sending the liaisons to SG2 as it is mentioned in the instruction set. I certainly don't recall seeing anyone. But yeah, as I said, I'm still trying to understand where this process is failing. If it was my mistake in drawing it up, my sincere apologies for getting us all into the hole we're at. Secondly, and you mentioned around half the delegations are functional, and yes, appreciate you've been in touch with the Dutch operator. But my understanding that engagement came rather late, and I think also Jim already alleged to that, is in the run-up of your assessment and considerations on what to do next. Did you actually ask the 23 currently operating registries, the one that are actually sort of functional and responsive? I would love to hear what they had to say about their future plans with their delegations. To jump to your question, and apologies for taking a bit of time, but Jim already talked a bit about ITU, but let me quickly try to explain the ITU process here. I'm not going to go into what has happened or how it should have happened or what went wrong here, but as Jim mentioned, as an ITU member state, I've been asked to provide an answer to what the ITU called a circular, and that question was very straightforward. Should we stop E164.ARPA services? And that was very binary, yes, no, very simple. The difficulty, and then that's why I'm bringing this up also probably for people who are not an ITU member, is the misrepresenting the term question here leads to. What has happened is the study group already made the decision. What we now see as a member state in front of us is what internet people would say is the last call. So just to emphasize, we are asked to confirm the decision to stop. And the default decision for ITU will now be to stop the service. So if we don't want to do that, if you want to revert that, you actually need quite a substantial number of ITU member states to now actually write back into ITU and say no and provide a rationale. You actually have to also say why you can't stop this, why the answer is no, and then punt it back to the study group to say like, hey, make a different decision. We don't agree here. Now, for transparency, my plan is to discuss this with a number of other member states in the upcoming CMPT meeting, and I hope I can find enough momentum, especially from those countries that have a working delegation, to write into ITU. But those are very extensive processes, as you can understand, as a government seeking approval for that kind of thing, that requires multiple layers and a lot of talk. So I'm not too certain we will make that. So to wrap up and to your questions, please, can you help building that coalition of member states and work with the 23 delegations that are operational to also mobilize, help for them to help and mobilize those governments and actually come back to ITU and make sure that the answer is no, and please provide these services. So ITU holds up to their end of the bargain. Secondly, as I said, I'm not too sure about the outcome of this. So I would also greatly appreciate if you can provide a plan for contingency. What happens if ITU says, yep, okay, we'll stop our end of the deal. We'll stop our service. Can you provide a safe and soft landing? How does this work? What are we going to do as a community with the zone if ITU says, okay, we're no longer supporting this?
Marco, I appreciate the points that you're making, and I really appreciate the support that you've shown. We are running a bit late on time here, and there are other speakers, but I do want to follow up with you on this, and I appreciate the help if you've provided so far.
Three parties in this arrangement to.
Yes.
Marco, we lost your audio, Marco.
You're on mute, Marco. Please stop.
Yeah, I don't think Marco can hear us.
But I do want to comment very quickly. I appreciate the points that Marco is making and the work that he's trying to do to help us with this. So it's very much appreciated from the European CC side.
If you could keep the comments very, very concise, please.
Tobias Wiebig, TOBIN, looking at some passive DNS data for the delegations. I see around about 100-ish unique RL sets per month. So that's less than my private /48 at home.
Yes.
Peter Koch, DNIC. DNIC is a RIPE NCC member. DNIC is also the operator of the +49 country code in ENAM. And we're not happy with what you did for the reasons that both Jim and Marco have expanded on. This was a serious interference. And what I don't hear, or I haven't heard here, but also miss in your presentation, is the internet governance level aspect of this. What happened by what you call is your choice of words is essentially that on a silver plate, a question was posed to the member states to decide on something that is essentially an internet service. And this has gone in the wrong way. You've done that by your sector membership in the ITU. The registry function doesn't have an access to the ITU. It would have had to use the liaison through the IDE. So by shortcutting this, there's a significant political turmoil that's encompassing here. And I'm really seriously concerned about that having set a precedent for further conversation with the ITU or other issues that pop up at the plenipot at the end of the year. So one ask I have is, and other people have asked that before, since the circular that you submitted is not available to mere mortals unless they have a TIES account and a certain level of access, you should please publish that and make sure that whatever the follow-up work is channeled through the appropriate part of the community. 46 delegations, 28 of which are still working. The vast majority of those operators sit within your service region, and they haven't been consulted before. And I would like to ask you to improve on that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Peter. Just very quickly, we did publish the submission that we put to the ITU, as we do in all our consultations and submissions on the website. It is available. And I think it's linked in the article that I pointed to.
Thank you very much, Ishan.
Thank you.
Thank you for standing up here and doing this. And please, folk, there is a mailing list. We can continue this discussion, and I'm fairly sure the YPNCC have heard the points that are being made.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Go.
All right. Happy to be on stage here after such a light discussion, so that's good. For those who missed it last year, I'm the new CRO since last year, so I think it's also good for me to be here on stage and show some of the things that we've been seeing over the past weeks and months while working on our other favorite topic, the charging scheme. So as many of you know, and as you've seen in some of the text that we've been seeing today, there's a lot of interest in the charging scheme discussions over the past weeks and months. And also there's, of course, the GM today. But there's another side effect of working on the charging scheme so far. And that's also that we've seen additional efforts or possibilities for the YPNCC to actually improve the overall services that we're delivering, in which some of the concepts that are now part of policies, part of processes, part of procedures, are actually making it more difficult for us to operate the registry. And that's what this presentation is going to be about today. And be very mindful, or I'm going to be mindful after the session that we just had. This is really a call out to work with everybody in the room here to get something going that works for all of us. So this is really a public call out. We need help in fixing these solutions, essentially. What I'm going to be talking about today is actually 3 topics. That's around multiple LAR accounts. So I'm going to be going into the history, why was it introduced, and where do we stand today, and what are the considerations that we have while continuing this or discontinuing this. This will be the same for a provider independent service or a provider independent space, and also in the legacy resources. Being mindful of time, I will race through the content a bit and leave some time open for questions. I hope Marco is not still talking, but let's see. All right, last clarification for today. So we want to raise some of the areas of complexity for your consideration. And do you agree that these domains are also up for simplification, and is that a valid goal for us to pursue together with you, of course? So we start with multiple LARs. So initially, the entire concept of multiple LERs was introduced to actually simplify some of the account management for bigger members, including members that were doing frequent M&As. The way in which they were structured, multi-country, multi-operating company setup, meaning that they wanted to have an ability to sort of split the operational responsibilities and also the account management and asset management. In this, RIPE NCC is diverging from the other RERs, so we're special. We are all special, but in this case, it's hurting us a bit. And actually, what also happened after the runout is that we've seen that most of these multi-LER accounts were actually used to obtain a place in the waiting list. That's also some of the interesting numbers that you see on the screen here. So over the years, 40% of IPv allocations on the IPv waiting list were actually done to members with multiple LER accounts, in which we're also seeing that in 2019, we had 5,100 additional LER accounts, which was back then 20% of the total amount. So that's quite interesting. Now, zooming back into today, and the reason why we're bringing it up today is that, as you can see in the numbers, is that the total amount of multi-LER accounts is relatively small. So over the past 2 years, we're not seeing many of those accounts being created, while the total number of multi-LER accounts is actually also a fairly small amount of the total membership numbers that we have today. And why is this relevant? This is why it's relevant. What we see is that in all the things that we're doing, which includes things like managing member data, but also managing member resources, we see that the multiple LER model is actually introducing complexity and fragmentation. On top, there's the administrative workload. So instead of just sending one invoice to one member, we're sending multiple invoices, even though behind the scenes, it's actually the same company paying the bill. In Dutch, we would say vestzak-boezak. It's a bit of the accounting principles in which another department is actually taking care of some of the financial burden of that operating company. So the considerations that we're looking at today, should the multi-LER mechanism actually continue to exist in its current form? That's one. Looking at the policies and the procedures that we have today, should we align those? So if you do a quick lookup and check for LER versus member versus all of the other things that we refer to having, let's say, a unique identity, which can be a LER or a member, the policies are not very consistent. So we see that different wording is being used in different contexts. It's also from that perspective, it's very interesting to take a step back and to evaluate, okay, are we doing the right things in the documents that we have today? And the last one, and that's also sort of call for action, is should we now take the time to actually gracefully remove it? So think about freezing it for now, the creation of new multi-LER accounts, and gradually phasing out the multi-LER concept in general. And the reason why we're bringing this up today as well is that, well, we don't have a glass ball. We don't know what's going to happen this afternoon. We don't know what's going to happen in future charging schemes. But actually, by simplifying the entire concept of multi-LER, we also want to prevent that in the future, the multi-LER concept is going to be used for stockpiling or for using to optimize the charging scheme as an example. And now, looking at the previous numbers that I shared, is actually a good time to do this because, well, the total amount of all multi-LER accounts is actually quite small. So that's why we're bringing this up now. Then I move on. So I'm keeping a bit of a pace because of the time, and I think there's hamburgers, so that's also very good. Provider independent resources. So if you look at the graph that we have here today, so initially the entire concept of provider independent resources was introduced. Well, smaller members, you want to be able to be a provider agnostic, move your resources around without having a need to continuously renumber your entire estate. That was the original intent. However, you already see fairly quickly, already in the 2000s, is that actually some of these concepts were already been used in a different way. So already in the 2000s, you see the first movements in which the PI space is actually used by for connecting to actual customers, as an example. And this is already moving beyond the original intent that was done at a certain place. And that is further amplified in 2012 when you see is that when the IPv runout happened is that there were no assignments done anymore of IPv4 PI, while the existing PI ranges still are in use today. What we see today, and that's also the reason why we're thinking, well, should we do something with this, is actually some of these PI holders are actually becoming members. So that's a bit of an interesting paradox that, well, the entire idea is you don't need to become a member, while in fact we now see that some of them are actually becoming a member to be able to receive IPv4 again. So that's an interesting paradox. So where are we today? We see that around 10,000 sponsored end users, they hold around 13,000 IPv4 ranges, totaling the 12.4 million IPs. It's mostly small, but there's also larger blocks in there, and this is relevant for the next slide I'm going to show you. But more importantly, operationally for us, it actually means that even though we only charge 75 euros per range, the amount of work that we're doing is actually similar to what we're doing for member applications. So verification, due diligence, permanent monitoring that we have in place, updating, etc., in which there is also now a small piece of additional overhead, which is the effort that we need to make mutations in the sponsoring LAR in this case. And this is sort of the, well, I'm not going to call it shocking, but this is the part where you see the imbalance. So factually, on the left and the right, you see the 2025 income that the RIPE NCC has gained from, on the one hand, the PI space on the left, and on the other hand, the member space on the right, in which there's the, well, you can see, of course, the huge difference in funds being on the right versus on the left. But also, and that's I think also very interesting, even though the right is paying a lot more money, the total allocations in the total IPv4 space is actually typically in smaller /24s, while for the PI space we see that there's /23s or even a bigger slots allocated. So also here the considerations, should the assigned PA exist in its current form, or has its role changed? Should these changes be made so that the policy, charging, and operations are fully aligned? And is the difference in cost between assigned PI holders and RIPE NCC members fair? So that's also a bit of a question around fairness. And then finally, should the assigned PI be treated more like allocated resources in terms of rights and obligations? So it's, yeah, should this huge difference still exist today? And finally, an interesting topic that we will be seeing coming by tomorrow as well. Legacy resources. So also, if you look at legacy as a concept, I think the RIPE NCC is one of the few RARs in which the legacy label is actually applied to the resource and not the resource holder. So that in general already makes it an interesting concept. While the entire idea initially was, let's make all of the legacy resources part of the RAR system to be able to increase overall accuracy and make sure that we know who they are, what they are doing. And let's see if we can get them to also use important services like RPKI. So if you look at it today, holders can go into a contract with us, but we're not obligating that. And on top, we see that legacy as a resource concept is actually holding various special statuses. So that includes the special statuses in our software, in our systems, but also in our procedures. And that also applies to the work that we need to do to be able to work with the concept in general. So if you look at the distribution, so you can see that 1/5 of total IP assigned in RIPE NCC or is actually of the status legacy, in which another 41 million, so a quarter of that again, is actually not covered by contractual agreement. So that's quite those are quite sizable numbers, and this is better shown in a document previously released, so RIPE Lab article released fairly recently by our colleague, which is really showing, okay, so what is the state of legacy IP space, and in which you can really see is that there's quite a sizable amount of legacy not under contract for us. That being said, there is a positive trend. So you see that more legacy resources are being brought under contract, as you can see in the sort of graphs that are coming together slowly. But talking about efficiencies that we saw earlier today also is we do see is that entire concept of legacy resources is actually all the updates that we need to do there is causing more overhead. That has to do with finding out who is the original owner, are they entitled to it. So there's less of a paper trail that we can utilize to efficiently make a decision if mutations are allowed, as an example. And also here you see, similar to what we've seen with BI, is that in the end, 75 euros per range under contract, but you can also decide to not do it, and then you're not paying any fees. If we compare to the other areas, of course, we're also looking across the borders. We see that that actually we are unique in the sense that also the transferring the resources themselves are actually keeping that special status. So that's completely different to what we see with our colleague RERs, in which the status stays with the original holder or the successor. But as soon as you start transferring, the status is being lost, which makes a lot of sense. But also here, the RIPE NCC part is in the wording, right? We apply legacy to the resource and not the resource holder, which makes it an interesting concept on its own. Also, the dynamic makes it, what you see is that we're actually, we've become a sort of safe haven for legacy resources, essentially. So there's more legacy resources being transferred in than being transferred out of our region. But we are working, and that's something that's going to be discussed tomorrow by my colleague Marco and the Address Policy Working Group. So we are making efforts to actually gain more insights into who these legacy holders actually are. And I think that's also very interesting. There was already a discussion going on. What should happen with the legacy resources when we talk about transfers? So I know there's going to be a talk tomorrow by Clara, also in the Address Policy Working Group, to revive the policy discussion that we had on the mailing list before. So what should happen with a transfer? So also here, should the concept of legacy resources to continue to exist in its current form? Should legacy status be lost when resources are transferred? Is the difference in cost between legacy resources and RIPE NCC members fair? And should legacy resources be treated more like allocated resources in terms of rights and obligations? So similar to what we've seen with BI just now. So why are we having these conversations right now? As part of, let's say, a new breed of a CRO right now, I'm looking for ways to increase efficiency and reduce complexity. I think what we've seen also in the discussions on infrastructure as an example, we want to simplify and be more robust. So that's also why we're reaching out to you today. Then on top of this, there's a lot of discussions and conversations going on the charging scheme. So I think fairness was a very, very important aspect in there as well. And what we see today actually is that by the concepts that we've shown today is that there is already a question on fairness and should one resource holder subsidize another and in which way or shape or form. And the last one is the due diligence part. That's for us. So I think looking at our overall ways of working, due diligence becomes more and more important for us. Think about sanction screening, think about knowing your customer. Of course, we strive to have a 100% accurate registry. So it also means is that we want to know who's behind everything, and we want to be able to pinpoint that with 100% accuracy. So, coming to a closing, these are very complex issues. We need your input essentially and community input, in which we hope to reach consensus on the best way forward. And we start discussing on in advancements of RIPE 93, with some of the discussions already ongoing on the mailing list, and also some of the conversations that will be held tomorrow with more lights being shed on there.
Thank you. We are massively over time, and we need to clear this room for the general meeting that starts in a little over 20 minutes. So Gert has one point to make. Unfortunately, other points we're going to have to take to the mailing list. I'm really sorry, but we just don't have time at the moment. We need to clear the room.
Gert Döring, former Address Policy Working Group Chair, so I have an interest in this, and this is the wrong forum. 2/3 of the questions you are asking need to be asked in address policy, because this is community policy and the NCC is going to act as a secretariat. You do what you're told to do. You're not turning around and tell us ignore address policy because it's expensive.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Hans Petter.
So, Hans-Petter Bohlen, Managing Director of RIPE NCC. And thank you for coming with that argument, Gerd, because I expected that to come. And these challenges have been raised multiple times over the last number of years, and that argument has always stopped discussing them at all. So all of these challenges touches the services to providers, they touch the charging scheme, and they touch the policies. So we need to find a way forward to discuss both the address policy aspects and the effects of charging. So that's why, we figured out that, okay, we need to have it somewhere, let's put it here. And then, of course, policy discussion needs to go to address policy. And then whatever we identify of brokenness regarding policy versus charging scheme, let's note it down and bring that to the board general meeting services working group. But let's have the discussion and find a better solution than what we have today. That's my intention of putting this on the agenda now and putting Gabor up there to take the flag for it.
Thank you, Hans Petter. Yep, okay. So we really are we need to clear the room, I'm afraid, for the NCC services. Sorry, for the general meeting.
5 seconds.
3 seconds, make it 2.
I want to contribute to that discussion. I know that 4 of the co-authors of policy proposal 2012-07 are still in the room. There were 8 of us, 4 of us are here. We know the background to this. We can contribute. The problem needs to be solved, but it needs to be solved taking account of all the legitimate interests, and that's challenging.
Thank you. Thanks. So do take it to the list. I really hate having to cut the conversation short, but do take it to the list because we do have to clear the room now for the general meeting. Thank you all.